All right. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. We're going to be going over the election tonight and seeing what comes of it. I got to be honest, about 2 weeks ago, I was about 80% certain that this was going to be a MAGA victory. After spending the last week and a half in Georgia and then Michigan, I'm feeling a lot better about our chances. I'm streaming on multiple different platforms here, including Twitter, Facebook, Substack, YouTube, Twitch. And so chat, comment, and would love to get you guys involved in the conversations as well. Watching from Canada, thank you. Hey guys in Substack, glad you guys are here as well. Some states have already reported. Indiana has reported already, so has Kentucky, so has Vermont. So Trump has 19 electoral votes, Harris has 3. Georgia is looking blue right now, which is crazy to think about. Georgia is 51% Harris, 48.5% Trump right now. Only 3% reporting though, so we got a long way to go right now. Kentucky and Indiana, you expected we're going to go Trump. That's nothing of any kind of surprise whatsoever. Why is this crap? I don't think we're screwed. I think let's see where this goes. And Georgia just shifted leading red now. By the way, would love your support on my Substack. You can go to QasimRashid.com and subscribe, or QasimRashid.com/subscribe, and subscribe there as well. Thank you for the comments. Jeez, lots of comments on Substack here as well. Netanyahu ousting Gallant, mind-blowing. One war criminal ousting another war criminal. That's kind of crazy. Thank you, Rachel. My daughter did have a wonderful birthday. We had a party and everything. They painted like porcelain stuff and they're baking them now. It's kind of fun. Watching from Australia. Thank you for all the birthday remarks. I don't think we're screwed either way. I think this is the big difference between Harris and Trump. That Harris, well, let me start with Trump. It's fascism through and through. There's no possibility of pushing him on anything. With Harris, we have that possibility. And I say this as someone who's been extraordinarily critical of the Biden-Harris administration. Even to this day, I'm critical. I will always be critical of Biden. I think he made a critical mistake even before October 7th. He ran as a transition president. That was his commitment, and he didn't stick to that commitment. He should have stepped down or announced in March of 2023 that he is not going to run for re-election and let there be a robust primary. I've done the data on this, and the data shows that when Democrats have a robust primary, we win. And that's because people want to feel involved. They want to feel engaged. And so, he didn't allow that to happen. And I'm glad he finally stepped down. But, even now he's a lame duck president. And the fact that he's not stepping back is really frustrating. And I think, I get attacked from people on the left that say, well, you got to support the party and you can't be critical of our own party. Yes, you can. That's the point of justice. Justice is maintaining accountability. You can't sit here and slam MAGA supporters and Trump supporters for not being critical of Trump and then not hold our own people accountable as well. And so, don't give me that line about you can't be critical of your own party. Yes, we can and we should. That's how we form a more perfect union. That's how we hold accountability to those in power. I mean, we're electing people to a secular office. We're not following prophets appointed by God. I mean, these are human beings and they need to be rightly criticized and critiqued. And I think it's up to us to win this election, make sure Trump loses, and then hold the Harris administration accountable at every single step of the way, and that includes not only a ceasefire and release of all hostages. And when I say all hostages, I don't just mean one-sided. I mean truly all hostages. The 100 or so that are left in Hamas custody, and the 11,000 Palestinian civilians in Israeli custody that have not been given a due process or charge or any kind of trial. So that's what we're up against. That's what we're dealing with. I'm going to be, send me your questions as well. Whatever questions you guys have, let's keep those going. I'm reading through the comments here right now. Yeah, appreciate all the kind words. Definitely got to keep the focus. Let's see what's going on the Senate elections. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in Nebraska, because that's going to be interesting, because you got this Dan, what's his name? Dan Osborne in Nebraska, who isn't supposed to even be close. He's running as an independent, and polling has him neck and neck. David asks, "Are you watching any ballot initiatives?" I'm curious to see how the abortion ballot initiatives do in the red states, because that's a curious thing too, right? You got red states that are ostensibly voting Trump, but then on kind of this core issue, they're voting blue. Fascinating. By the way, let me be clear about Trump's going to probably claim victory as soon as the polls close. And he's going to say, look, we're up by a lot, and the Republican votes are showing we're up by a lot. I'm going to claim victory. And I want to be very clear. No candidate gets to magically claim victory on their own. That's not the way it works. There are election workers who are certified that declare what has actually happened. And that's what we need to be looking out for. There is going to be a red mirage and then a blue wave. And the reason why is because the polling locations for most red counties have a lot fewer voters, and it's easier to count and tabulate and enter that data first. Cities, as you may have noticed, are bigger, and it requires more time to tabulate all those votes, even by machines, which, by the way, are far more accurate than hand counting. And so Trump is going to probably see the Republican votes up and claim victory. And then when the Democratic votes come in and overtake them, which is what we're hopefully going to see, likely going to see, he's going to suddenly say, "Oh, look, here's the big fraud that I warned about." So keep that in mind as well. Somebody's asking here, do you think we'll ever see the DNC and the GOP cut out of the election process? I mean, people talk about a third party all the time, and my thing is build it. Build it. I mean, build the capacity for it. It's just, it's one thing to complain about the lack of a multi-party system, meaning more than two, but build it. And I'm not seeing. Look, my first election I voted in was the 2000 election. I was 18 years old at the Gore v. Bush, and we know what happened in Florida. I was in Illinois, so my vote didn't really matter in that perspective. But Ralph Nader ran at that time. That was 24 years ago. And the Green Party would have been great if they built out capacity and won seats on the state and local, federal level. 24 years, it's a good amount of time. I mean, that's 2.5 decades. Nothing, right? They haven't really built any capacity, and that's kind of where we are right now. So I don't know if we're going to see the DNC or GOP cut out of the election process anytime soon, but that's where we are right now. Thank you, Julia, for the birthday wishes. Paper ballots in Mississippi it sounds like a pretty Mississippi thing to do. Opinionated hijabi, they're voting on abortion in Arizona too. That's fantastic. Could we ever see the Electoral College ended or overturn Citizens United? I think so. I mean, it's going to require abolishing the Jim Crow filibuster, and that's kind of the way it's designed, right? It's designed to uphold a system of white supremacy, and people think I'm being hyperbolic or overreacting when I say that the filibuster is a white supremacist construct. It absolutely is, and Dr. King talks about this extensively. The filibuster is an arbitrary Senate rule. It's not in the Constitution. It's not in the Bill of Rights. It's not in the preamble. It's not in any of the Federalist Papers. It's not in any federal legislature, federal law. There's literally nothing that supports the concept of a filibuster outside of an arbitrary Senate rule that they decided we're going to enact. And when did they enact it? Specifically to prevent the passage of civil rights legislation. This is not like a controversial conspiracy theory. This is just basic history. And it's designed in a way to ensure that you have a white supremacist institution, which is the US Senate, because it's not built on people, it's built on land, right? We talk about one vote, one person, but the whole concept of a US Senate is built on land. If you've ever driven through Montana, as I have, you begin to realize how absurd it is that the 800,000 or whatever, maybe it's Wyoming, 800,000 people there have as much power as 33 million people in California. You begin to realize how ridiculous that is. It doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. And so if the filibuster is abolished, then it's just a simple majority vote to abolish the Electoral College as well. That, again, not a hard thing to do. And that's not going to happen until we have someone with the courage to do that. I think Biden should have done it when he had the House, the Senate, and the White House for 2 years, first years of his presidency. He didn't. I think Obama should have done it. He didn't. And Republicans are weaponizing this. They've won 2 elections this century off of the Electoral College, and who knows what will happen tonight, but it could very well happen tonight, and that's a pretty horrifying prospect to think about. So that's kind of what we're up against. That's what we're dealing with, and that's why we got we have to have an overwhelming voter turnout. As Julia points out, they could have been building out the Green Party all along. They haven't in any kind of meaningful way that makes them competitive on a national scale. What makes Democrats not overturn the filibuster? I don't get it. Again, this is the problem, and it's all kind of intertwined together. You've got, Citizens United, which you mentioned earlier, which has allowed a Supreme Court decision that allowed corporations and private PACs to spend unlimited amounts of money into the electoral process. And a lot of these politicians know that if they vote for something like that, then these PACs will get them voted out. And so they have to kind of toe the line here. And it takes a very special kind of person to have the courage to build the infrastructure to withstand the onslaught of, dark money, dark PAC money, and just the hundreds of millions of dollars that are spent in every single election. So let's see what happens tonight. Right now, we are only 3 states in: Vermont, Kentucky, and Indiana. No surprises, none whatsoever there. I know turnout has been through the roof, and that's always a good thing. But again, keep in mind that since the Supreme Court ruling, Shelby versus Holder, which gutted the Voting Rights Act, since that came into play. So let me step back just to give you an example of how mortifying this is. Before Shelby versus Holder, and the Voting Rights Act, by the way, just to give you some background, it was enacted to counter the Jim Crow white supremacy, the poll taxes, the literacy tests, the restrictions that were imposed upon disproportionately Black people before they allowed them to vote. And so the Voting Rights Act came into play and said, the federal government said, if you're going to be a southern state in particular that enacted Jim Crow in the past, you're going to have free and fair voting. And if you want to change your voting laws and change the way you vote, you have to get approval from the federal government first. And so all these states would try these shenanigans, and the Voting Rights Act would strike them down and say, nope, you didn't get permission from us, and so we're not going to let you do it. Well, what ended up happening is, these right-wing, billionaires, the Leonard Leos of the world, they pushed through the Citizens United ruling, they pushed through the challenge to the Voting Rights Act, and they stripped down that requirement. And so now you have these red states passing these ridiculous voter suppression bills and legislations throughout the country. And what that means ultimately is that there's no protection for Black and brown people, indigenous people on the state level for protection from their vote being suppressed. And so what's that resulted in is hundreds, literally hundreds of voter suppression bills passed throughout the country. And so before Shelby versus Holder was ruled, before the Voting Rights Act was gutted, there were about 220,000 polling locations throughout the country, right? A pretty good number throughout the country. Since that Supreme Court ruling came down, red states have closed more than 100,000 polling locations. And they've closed them in disproportionately Black and Latino neighborhoods. They have made it exceedingly difficult. And this is why in states like Texas, if you're in a disproportionately Black or Latino neighborhood, you are waiting more than twice as long to vote than if you're in a disproportionately white neighborhood. That is just overt and grotesque white supremacy. That's what we're dealing with. And so when we talk about how this is a Jim Crow policy, that's what we mean. It's not hyperbole. It's not, trying to sensationalize something. That's literally what's happening. All right, West Virginia just came in with their 4 electoral votes. And so Trump is up 23-3 right now. Virginia is looking pretty good right now as well. U.S. Senate results, we're not seeing too much surprise there are the U.S. Senate results. Yep, I'm hearing about the burning ballots as well. Hearing about the bomb threat in Georgia. Somebody asked, isn't Citizens United in violation of the Constitution, one vote? So the argument made in Citizens United is that corporations are people and you can't restrict free speech of people. It's just such an asinine, ass-backwards ruling, but that's what happens when you have unlimited money in politics. And that's why I can't stand Republicans or Democrats who will take corporate money. It doesn't help us at all. It actually devastates us pretty aggressively. If you guys are tuning in, definitely hit the subscribe at QasimRashid.com/subscribe. I launched a Substack about 6 months ago to be able to have a more objective perspective view of how we're going to talk about these issues of human rights that impact all of us. And we've seen the complete failures of the LA Times, of the Washington Post, of the New York Times, refusing to speak truth to power, whether it's on Trump's corruption, whether it's on genocide in Gaza, whether it's on corporate price gouging. These corporate bought media publications are more interested in clicks and ad revenue than they are in actually being the fourth estate. I launched my Substack human rights newsletter called Let's Address This with Qasim Rashid. We've put out in the last 6 months nearly 200 articles, podcasts, and videos. And it's been brilliant. It's been brilliant. We have over 70,000 subscribers. Would love to have you subscribe as well. And if you have the capacity to invest 1 cup of coffee a month, $6 a month, and become a paid subscriber, that would be brilliant as well. I'll put it in the chat to ask you guys to subscribe, and would appreciate that immensely too. Okay, looks like we lost a Senate seat. What Senate seat did we lose? Vermont? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, Bernie Sanders won easily. Vermont, they already called him at 64%. At just 7% reporting, they already called it for Bernie Sanders, which is no surprise. Let's see, in Virginia, 4% reporting. Tim Kaine is up 52-48. I expect Tim Kaine to win pretty heavily there. He's beloved in Virginia. He was my law school professor when I was in law school. Great dude. He's actually been at the forefront of calling for a ceasefire and an end to arms to Netanyahu as well, which is, I would expect nothing less of him for that. Let's see. Casey says, I've been waiting for 2 hours already, and I'm in a predominantly white town. I can't imagine how long folks are waiting in predominantly Black neighborhoods. That's just it, right? I mean, we're talking about how many polling locations that have been shut down, period, because they're not actually interested in democracy, and that's kind of mortifying. That's a problem. That is absolutely a problem. All right. It's good. We got about 1,350 viewers on here, about 150 It's got about 1,500 viewers. So if you're listening and watching, you got 1,500 other people that are watching with you as well. Let's see the for results.
Do you want some cake?
No, guys, I'm busy.
Coffee.
Okay, I'm busy, guys. Go. It's my 9-year-old today. Sweetheart, I'm working. You guys go serve, okay? Got my niece over as well, so managing them right now. My daughter has to give me like 15 hugs a day, and I'm here for it. I love every single bit of it. I wouldn't change it for the world. All right, let's see the House results. So yeah, so 218 for majority. So far, no surprises here on the House side. How are you guys feeling overall? I'll be honest. Like I said, 2 weeks ago, Noli, it's great having the kids be young. I'm in heaven. I'm in a good place. So I'm very, very happy. Opinion Hijabi, you can watch on my Substack. If you go to substack.com/Qasim Rashid, I'm on there. You can also watch on my Facebook, which is just my handle @Qasim Rashid. You can also watch on my YouTube, which is again @Qasim Rashid. So any of those you can go watch, and I'm there as well. Yeah, I'm sweating too. Like I said, I felt 2 weeks ago that we were going to lose. I feel better about it now. After spending last week in Georgia and Michigan, I will say if we do lose, like I said, I think if we lose, it's going to be due to two main reasons. One, I think it'll be because Biden took too long to say he's not running again, and he didn't give much of a runaway. I mean, this is an unpopular opinion, but I'll say it. Like what an apt metaphor for American history that the rich white guy overstays his welcome and gives a black woman very little time to clean up the mess. I mean, it's like, and then you tell her, okay, go figure it out, and it's mind-boggling to me. Like imagine if the Democrats had 18 months to build their case, to build the trust, the relationships that generally needs to happen. How much more powerful it would have been. We didn't give the American people that, and that's on Biden. That's exclusively on Biden, and I think that's so. If we lose, that's one reason, that we just didn't give people enough time. And the second reason, if we lose, I think it's because of Biden's policy on Israel and Palestine. Fundamentally simple as that. And I've written about this extensively. That his own State Department said that Netanyahu is committing war crimes. He's blocking aid. He's targeting hospitals, all illegally. We need to cut off supplies, arms. And Blinken buried the report. This is well documented. ProPublica did a phenomenal report on this. And Biden turned a blind eye. And that, to me, is just mortifying. It's unforgivable. And the burden of that falls on Harris, who as VP doesn't have any actual presidential authority because she's VP, and I think she's done what she could. People wanted her to do more, and I don't think they're unjustified in asking for that. But it's all Monday morning quarterback at this point. But Biden on one hand to say, that SOB, that effing guy, he's a bad guy, and then handing him like 20 billion more in arms, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's really asinine to me, and I don't get it at all. It's absolutely just mind-numbing to me. But though if we lose, I think those will be the two reasons. Harris has by far better policies. She's by far the only adult in the race. She is just by far more qualified by any measure whatsoever. And so a loss, I don't think will be due to anything she could have done differently in that sense. But with Biden kind of mucking things up, in my view, that's, it put a burden on her as well. Johnson also put on Israel for not ousting a known corrupt politician. I mean, Netanyahu and Trump have a lot in common, right? They found ways to stay in office or stay relevant, to stay out of jail. That's really what it fundamentally is. I mean, Netanyahu's got so many bribery and corruption charges against him. He should be in prison right now, but unfortunately, he managed a way to kind of get out of it. And he built a coalition government that allowed him to continue catering to far-right extremists. And today he fires Galant, which is, incredible. It's wild to me. Elizabeth says, I've been apologizing to Palestinians for months now. I mean, and the thing is that, Palestinians are a resilient community. And it's a shame that this is the world that we're in right now, where after 76 years of massive displacement and persecution and death, this is the world that we're in right now. It's horrifying. It's mortifying. And, it's a reflection of how much more work we need to do to maintain a sense of justice and humanity in the way we do things. See here. So it's 6:42 here, 7:42 East Coast time. So, I mean, we should be seeing, wow, Harris is crushing Trump in Virginia. 12% reporting, but she's already up 15 points, which is great. She's crushing Trump in North Carolina. Okay, it's only 2% in North Carolina, but she's up 68-30. So I don't expect that's going to maintain that wide, but that's a good early sign that she's up so much. She's up in New Hampshire, 55-44. That's good as well. So we're seeing some good stuff there. I'm going to be curious to see the early returns from Pennsylvania and Michigan. I think we win Wisconsin. I'm here in Northern Illinois, and a ton of folks were going up there. Somebody is asking, do you think there's power behind both parties such that Biden Dems wouldn't care as much losing if it's for a red line issue like Israel, since he lost in service to that power of the overall goals? I don't know. I mean, I don't like to speak to stuff I don't have knowledge about. What I do know is that our foreign policy has never truly been grounded in any kind of justice. And we see that from, dropping nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki when every general, 7 of the 8 generals said, we don't need to do this. We see that in Korea and Vietnam, especially. We see that in the first Gulf War. We see that in Iraq, Afghanistan. I mean, our foreign policy has never been built on justice. And so, we see that in, the Israeli government denying UN resolution after UN resolution and facing no accountability for it whatsoever. And that's kind of where we are. And so I don't like to think it's any one thing, but I think it's a combination of things. So I think, I think we win Michigan. I think we win Wisconsin, but I think we lose Arizona. That's gonna be tough for us to pick that up. Let's see. What other questions you guys have? Where are you guys tuning in from? And did you vote? Give me a thumbs up if you voted today. I want to make sure you guys are voting. Ohio coming in. Yeah, I'm going to Michigan, Massachusetts. It's going to be interesting to see if Sherrod, Louisiana. Nice. Washington State. I love the state of Washington. It's a lot of fun. Mississippi, UK. You can't vote unless you're an expat. In which case, I hope you voted. There's definitely some shenanigans happening in Pennsylvania. A friend of mine voted absentee and found out or got an email 2 days before the election, 2 days ago, that their absentee ballot is being challenged completely out of the blue. And then yesterday, got an email from the ACLU that 9 counties had mass emails sent that were fraudulent, alleging that absentee ballots were being challenged when they weren't. That's voter suppression, and it came from a Republican operative. And so I hope that that's investigated, although I don't have much trust in Merrick Garland to do that. But that's de facto voter suppression right there. All right, let's see what's going on in Ohio. Sheesh. Yeah, Ohio's not looking great so far. But it was never going to look good anyway. All right, so we got, what else we got? We got Kansas. Mary from Kansas voted. Kansas, I think, shocked everyone with that abortion initiative. You guys crushed it. What is going on with the independent vote in Pennsylvania, John? Let's see here. Or in Georgia. So Georgia exit poll, Trump wins 39% of voters, 18-29. Harris wins 60. And that means Trump's share is down 4% from the 2020 exit poll. So that's good news. But Harris wins only 40% of plus 65. Trump wins 59%. That share is up 3%. Harris wins 53% of women. Trump 46. That's a percent up from 2020. Trump's up 71-28 of white voters. That's a 2% increase over 2020. And Harris wins 86% of black voters. Trump 12. That's a percent up. So, it's going to come down to whether the youth vote can outdo everybody else. That's really what it comes down to right now. Because everything else, Trump's share is up 1%, 2%, 1%, 2% in Georgia, except in the youth vote, Harris is up 4%. And so that's really what it's going to come down to. Do the youth outdo everyone else? Michigan, we don't know what's going on in Michigan just yet. So Georgia is not looking great at the moment. Let's see if we got some Michigan exit polls. Okay, Michigan exit polls. Yeah, it's not giving us the data of the actual turnout. Let's look at Pennsylvania. All right, Pennsylvania exit polls. All these exit polls, more than 70% of Americans think democracy is being threatened right now. And I'm not understanding why they're not tying that to Trump, who's threatening democracy. It's just mind-blowing to me. What are your thoughts on Josh Paul's resignation with other colleagues in the State Department? I think Josh Paul showed a lot of courage. I think, we often think about what we would do if we were alive during the Holocaust, what we would do if we were alive during, some other genocide or some other atrocity. And I think Josh Paul asked himself that question and made the decision that this is what I would do. I would object. I'd be very public, and I would let history record me as being on the right side of history in that space. And I commend him for that immensely. I had a chance to meet him a few times at a few different events. He's been to a bunch of fundraisers for relief in Palestine that I've been attending as well. And so, and you talk to him and you can tell he's just, just a genuine, compassionate human being, which is exciting to see. That's what you want to see. All right, 2% reporting in North Carolina. 19% reporting in Virginia, and where is Virginia? Yeah, I mean, Harris should win Virginia pretty easily. She's 54-44. She should win that pretty easily, which is not surprising. I mean, Biden won Virginia by 10 points in 2020, and Virginia is becoming more and more blue. Natalie, I cannot understand how people are voting for a convicted felon. Building upon that, how are people voting for a rapist? I mean, the judge flat out said, yeah, Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. This is not like again, it's not hyperbole. It's not an exaggeration. It's an actual rapist. And, you know, I bet you'd be hard pressed to find any Trump supporter who would say that they would have no issue with their daughter or son being under the power of a rapist. But for some reason, they want the entire country to be under the authority of a rapist. It's mind-boggling to me. It doesn't make any sense at all. It absolutely doesn't make any sense at all. Elizabeth says many in Pennsylvania think Trump is entertaining. Geez, if I wanted an entertainer, I'd go watch a movie. We need someone who actually is going to address the issues of working people. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just mind-blowing to me that we're still having this conversation right now. Let's see what's going on with Wisconsin. Actually, Wisconsin polls should be closing in about 7 minutes. And in Wisconsin, I mean, Harris's favorability is 5% lower than Biden's from 4 years ago. And, you know, one thing I just attribute that to her not having enough time. That's just, it's wild. That's what I'm so frustrated with Biden refusing to drop out when he should have dropped out. Absolutely just mind-numbing to me that we're having this conversation again. See here, what else we got? Coastal California, Albuquerque. Thank you for voting for Albuquerque, New York. Thank you for voting early, New Mexico. John says it's crazy electoral votes are already being counted in. Yeah, I mean, in some states, it's such a landslide early on, you know where it's going to go. What do you think about the claim that increasing the minimum wage increases inflation? That's a claim that people make. There's zero evidence behind it. It's such a nonsensical claim for a number of reasons, because it's contrary to science and facts. When you increase a living wage, people have more money to spend, and 90% of the money people spend is on local businesses. And so local businesses then earn more money because people have more money to spend on local businesses. Nobody ever said that increasing, massive salaries of executives results in inflation, because I know it doesn't. All that does is that it results in exploitation, but not inflation. In California, they raised it to $20 an hour, and there was I wrote an article about this just a few weeks ago on my Substack, which, by the way, you guys should all go on and subscribe, QasimRashid.com/subscribe, and support my efforts there. Would love to have you there. The results of California raising their minimum wage to $20 an hour, people said it was going to result in businesses shutting down and people being fired and all that sort of nonsense. None of that happened. Businesses thriving. People are staying at jobs longer because they can afford to stay there. They can afford to work with one job. There's a business boom happening, and this is not my opinion. Harvard just did a great study on this and published it. And so, no, there's zero truth to the claim that increasing the minimum wage increases inflation. It's a complete propaganda by the super wealthy, greedy, who don't want to pay people a living wage. David asks, first presidential election, 2000, Gore v. Bush, still traumatized by it, and don't want to have it happen again, ever again. Apparently many people think people didn't take Hitler very seriously or think of him as a real threat. Also, there's an article published in the New York Times about Hitler getting out of prison. The New York Times says many believe that Hitler will retire to a quiet life in Austria and his political days are behind him. And this was a decade before he was mass murdering millions of people, Jewish people, refugees, disabled people, in LGBTQ people in concentration camps. And so it's mortifying how we're seeing history repeat itself. Poll came out that something like 71% of Republicans are okay with locking immigrants into concentration camps. And they're going to be like, oh, well, we only mean undocumented immigrants. No, you don't. That's not the way it works. It's not the way it's ever worked. The Japanese Americans that were locked into concentration camps, they were U.S. citizens too. And we've seen this book, this play out before. And it's going to happen again if we don't take this seriously. Gypsies, yep, were also murdered in those concentration camps too. 13 million Russians were also killed. Yeah. Let's see how we're doing on the Senate results. Yep, Tim Kaine's looking good. 21% reporting. He's up 10 points. Hung Kao in Virginia is wild. I don't know if you guys saw his debates. He made comments to the effect of, we need soldiers who are going to rip their guts out, take a bite, and say, "Can I have seconds?" And dude's wild. Dude's crazy. I don't know how you think that that's going to be a policy platform that you run on. Let's see here. And then what do we got going on here in Ohio? Sherrod Brown is down. That's not good. 9% reporting. He is down 13,000 votes. So still early, could still come back, obviously, but we need to protect that Ohio Senate seat. Obviously, the worst case scenario is we lose the White House, lose the Senate, lose the House, and we have, that's fascism right there, through and through, because you are not going to survive that. You're going to have an unhinged Trump. You're going to have a Supreme Court that's in his pocket, that's not going to hold him back on anything, going to offer him immunity on everything. That would be very, very bad. Very, very bad if that happens. So we really need to win this. If for no other reason, then we can't risk what's going to happen in the Senate, that we probably lose the Senate. It's a very unfavorable Senate for us this time as well. All right, let's see here. What else on your mind? What other questions you have? Yeah, Democrats already gained a seat in the Senate. Jim Justice is winning easily. They've already called it for him. Manchin stepped down. See here. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. And I'm seeing the subscribers come in too. You guys are amazing. Love it. Appreciate you guys immensely. Amy Smith, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you. I'll tell you, there's one thing that I'm grateful for is to have a platform to speak truth to power. It's nice to get to be unapologetic on the things that I care about, and not have to worry about impressing some corporate executive or some corporate CEO. That feels really good. All right, let's see here. Updated 7:01. Okay, Virginia's looking good for Harris too. She's underperforming Kane, which is expected because, like I said, Kane is just absolutely beloved. But 4% reporting, she's still winning North Carolina. That's huge. And North Carolina would be a huge win. That would be an absolutely massive, massive win. So we should get here soon. We should get Maryland. Kamala Harris has already won Maryland. That was fast. We need to get Angela Brooks elected in Maryland as well. And we're waiting on those results too. It's confusing how they already have Harris won for Maryland, but they haven't done anything. Okay. That's strange. Yep, go take a break and come back. I'm going to take a break in a little while too, as well, because this can get exhausting. So, but I'm planning on being here for most of the night as well to kind of keep the conversation going. Let me know what's on your mind, what you guys are thinking about too. All right, let's see what. But some of these Republicans have kind of gone. Yeah, the giggle in the background. Yeah, this is my 9-year-old. I'll bring her on in a second, in a little while as well. She's wild. She's the one that we're all afraid of in the house because she's like the boss lady, and nobody wants to tell her no. So we're always trying to make sure. How do we make sure she's good? But no, she's wonderful. Very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. I'm not nervous. I'm just exhausted. It's been these last 10 days, especially. I've been traveling all over the country, knocking doors, making content, speaking with voters. I've just been everywhere, and I've been getting no sleep. I've been getting to bed around 2 or 3 in the morning, getting up at 5, 6 in the morning. And so it's not nervousness. It's just exhausted. Natalia, thank you. I appreciate you immensely. But no, I promise you, I will just tell you how I feel, so you don't have to guess. I'm not nervous yet. I'm hopefully optimistic. I'm cautiously optimistic. That's the word I was looking for. I'm cautiously optimistic right now. Not nervous yet. Cautiously optimistic, and doing what we can. Doing what we can to make this happen. So we got about 3,000 people watching on Twitter. We got about 270 people watching here on Substack, and on StreamYard we got about almost about 2,900. So yeah, about 6,000 people watching total. That's fantastic. You guys are amazing. About 30 on Facebook too. So that's pretty cool. Oh, it's kind of all combined. I got you. Okay, so 3,000 here, and about 300 on Substack. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate you. Somebody thought I said nauseously optimistic. That's actually puts it pretty well. I'm nauseously optimistic. All right, let's see. They got New Jersey coming in. Yeah, New Jersey won easily. It was wild to me. Wow, Andy Kim. That's great. I'm glad he's replacing the corrupt Democratic senator there. So glad to see him win, hands down. I was laughing when they were talking about how they're gonna win New Jersey for Trump. Kamala Harris is up 30% right now. Pennsylvania early results look good. 3% reporting. Harris is up 71-28. Obviously, gonna remain nauseously optimistic for now. And they called this for Rick Scott in Florida, which is unfortunate. All right, so they've called a couple more races here in the presidential race. They've called Florida for Trump. Wow, Harris is up right now with 9% reporting in Texas. She's up, which is unheard of. I mean, if we win Texas, it's game over. Like, it's game over. It's crazy right now to see Texas be blue right now. Alabama, Mississippi are coming for Trump. No surprise there. Same with Oklahoma, South Carolina. No surprise there. Tennessee, no surprise. Trump's up 95-35 on the electoral count right now. Again, nothing out of the ordinary. Only thing out of the ordinary happening right now. I mean, in Ohio, Harris is up 53-46 with 28% reporting. Are you kidding me? That's really good. That's fantastic. Are you kidding me? Wow. That's mind blowing. I mean, if that maintains, it's game over, guys. If this maintains, it's going to be a very short night, and it's going to be game over pretty quickly. And Sherrod Brown now has taken the lead in the Senate in Ohio as well, which is fantastic. That's what you want to see. Sherrod Brown's up 51-47. Hey, he's 20% reporting. That's really good. That is excellent. Colin Allred is up 52-46 on Ted Cruz with 11% reporting. That's wild. That is wild. I did not expect us to see that, but hopefully it continues. Hopefully it perpetuates as well. We had a 50-50 tie in the Senate. We've already lost one seat. So that's not good. So it's rough for us to maintain the Senate. But we'll see what happens. But if we can pick up the Nebraska race, then that'll allow it to be, and he caucuses with Democrats, then Tim Walz would be the tiebreaker again there. So it's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible. We still have a path to maintain the Senate. Let's see what's going on in the House races. And then in the gubernatorial races. So nothing's better. Yeah, so we've got to see Josh Stein, I guess Mark Robinson. Wow. Stein's up 30 points with 7% reporting. Mark Robinson, of course, the so-called black Nazi, as he describes himself, who was found to not only be on porn websites, but trans porn websites, which is, what you do when you're the party of family values guy, which he apparently claims to be. And then ballot measures. We'll come back to ballot measures in a second here. But on the presidential side, let's see here, 11% reporting. Harris is up on Trump. Barely, though. She's up by 0.5%. God, that'd be a dream come true. I think Texas is going to eventually, this election is looking tough. Texas is going to eventually go blue. I've always said that Texas is not a red state. It's a voter suppression state. That's just a fact. It's not a red state. It is a voter suppression state. And once we can get the voter suppression out, we're going to be in good shape. Let's see here. All right, guys, I am going to... Actually, I'm going to stick around. We're going to see some more results coming. Texas went red again. Dang it. It was good while it lasted. See, on the Senate, has Allred looking. Allred is still looking good. He's still up 3 points with 16% reporting. It's going to be tough for Allred to win. There's so much. Like I said, Texas is one of the states that has closed down the most polling locations in Black and brown neighborhoods. We're talking just thousands. Yeah, and meanwhile, they've added or closed very little, if any, in white majority neighborhoods. What's interesting, I found this interesting, that it wasn't Black or Latino voters that had the highest rate of ballot rejection. It was Asian voters. And it's because there are 13 or 14 different spoken languages in Texas, but there is a extremely limited ballot access. And so if you speak a language other than English or Spanish, and you mess up on a mail-in ballot, then they'll find out an excuse to reject that ballot. And so it's disproportionately harming Asians who don't speak English or Spanish. And mind you, there's no such thing as a national language in the United States, right? It doesn't exist. There's no national language, period. And so they're finding ways to prevent people from voting, and this is one of them. And so, they're targeting people of color. And that's why I say, Texas, it's inevitable. It'll flip blue. I think if not this election, by 32, I think it has to. just by the sheer population growth in numbers. One data point that freaks out white supremacists is that as of 2009, more non-white children are born in the U.S. every year than white children. And that just makes them panic. And a lot of this, white lash, as they call it, is a result of that. The same people who say, I don't see color, suddenly see color real well. And what's interesting is that 2027 is going to be the first year where those kids born in 2009 who are, predominantly non-white are going to be able to vote. So the 2028 election, the next presidential election, that youngest two classes of the class of 2009 and 2010, I guess you could call it, who are going to be voting are going to be kids who are predominantly non-white. And that's going to increase to 52, 54, 56, 58, 60% over the coming years. And that absolutely is panicking racists. It's not panicking black people or brown people or white people. It's panicking racists. And I want to be very clear about that. It's like when I condemn white supremacy and some random MAGA white guy goes, how dare you condemn me? And I'm like, well, I wasn't. I was condemning white supremacy, but you just kind of told on yourself. Like, could you imagine if somebody condemns the Taliban and I'm like, how dare you attack me? Like, I'm not the Taliban. Condemn them. Like, I'll condemn them. I've been condemning them. Like, why would I get upset about that? But that's what these racists are doing. How to reach young voters. I mean, I think that's where I made a post today that it's not just about winning today. The work starts after we win today. And that work starts by building capacity for the next election, by reaching out to them now. I was talking to a teacher who today recognized me when I went to vote, who talked about having more government classes and civics classes for seniors and getting them registered to vote. She's like, every year in my high school, we do that. We register 300-400 kids right then and there and get them involved and engaged and educated on the civic process. And this is one reason why a lot of MAGAs are attacking school boards, because they want to prevent them from being able to teach these kinds of critical courses that they need. So that's kind of where we are right now. Texas for Senate is still looking good. Michigan results are coming in. Only 2% in, but Slotkin is up 73.25, which is good. Let's see how it's looking on the presidential side. Harris is up 73.25 with 2% reporting, so that's good. Again, it is 2%, so we'll see what that means. Harris is still going strong in Maryland. Like I said, Harris has won Maryland. And in the Senate for Maryland, still don't have any results. It's kind of weird. How are they going to call it, but not have any results for the Senate? 5% reporting in Pennsylvania. Harris is up 76-22. That's good. They've already called Connecticut and Massachusetts for Harris, obviously. Surprising nobody. Delaware results expected soon. And then they called Rhode Island as well. Let's see here what's going on. Yay to civics classes. Absolutely. Amen to that. All right. North Carolina is still looking good. 8% in. She's up 52.47. And on the Senate side, on the governor side, North Carolina, 58.37, 8% in. So that's good. See what's going on in the Virginia House races. Yep, nothing out of the ordinary. It's pretty much what you would expect so far. All right, I am going to take a quick break. Don't go away. I'm going to go grab a quick bite, maybe something to gnash on. and I'll be back in like 75 seconds. Whatever questions you guys have, thoughts, obviously welcome your subscription. Go to qasimrashid.com/subscribe. Just my name.com/subscribe. And if you can subscribe for a cup of coffee a month, $6 a month, awesome. I love you. You're amazing. If you can subscribe for free and just share the content that is not going to be filtered by some stupid algorithm that prevents you from seeing it, that would be amazing as well. But just, whatever you do, definitely subscribe and engage with me on there. It's a platform that's allowing me to connect with folks on a much more direct way without the algorithm limiting things. So qasimrashid.com/subscribe. I'm gonna come back in just a few minutes. All right. All right, I'm back. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Let's go back to the comments. So we asked all the excuses about voter fraud are made up, right? Every single one. It's just wild to me. I did a thread. I'll probably repost it soon about all the Republicans, all the voter fraud committed by Republicans, and just how every accusation they make is a confession, just through and through. It's just wild to me that they don't. I mean, no, they see their own hypocrisy, but it's just wild to me that we have to deal with this. All right, 33% in. Colin already is down. He's down about 70,000 votes in Texas. So we'll see where that goes. God, I mean, that's the fact that it's this close though is really wild. Virginia, Tim Kaine is up comfortably by about 5 points with 33% reporting. Michigan, 4% reporting. Lisa Slotkin is up 61-36. And Harris is up 60-37. 4% reporting, so a ways to go just yet. Feel free to ask any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, dad jokes. It's going to be a long night. Elizabeth asks, can online educational initiatives be created to boost the youth vote as well, get them via social media? Yeah, I mean, there's a ton being done in that space. I've worked with a bunch of organizations this election cycle, last election cycle, on TikTok, on Instagram, Facebook, you name it, wherever folks are, we're reaching out to them. So there's a lot that's absolutely happening. It's just a follow through. And the thing is, it's going to require each individual just to tap into their network. I mean, the fact that, we get lucky to break 55-60% on turnout is kind of a shame. Even in the 2020 election, record turnout, historic turnout, still the largest demographic of voters were people who didn't vote, registered voters who just decided not to vote, which is just absolutely incredible to me. Sorry, I had to turn on my foot heater. All right, let's see here. All right, so we're seeing an update on Georgia, and it's not looking great. 48% reporting, and Harris is down 11% in Georgia right now. Yeah, definitely not great. Wow. Sweetheart, I'm streaming. Yeah.
I need your help with something.
What, can you give me a few minutes? Okay. All right. What do you need?
But my balloon is stuck on the wall.
Okay, I'll come get it in a second. Okay. Yeah, Georgia is not looking great at all. Wow, 10 points. That's shocking. That is mind blowing. And Maryland, only 1% reporting. Hogan's up big, but it's just 1%, so it doesn't really mean anything. In that, Ohio, Sherrod Brown is holding the lead, 39% reporting. He's up 51-46. That's fantastic. Um, 8% reporting. Harris is up big in Pennsylvania. Kristen, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. I'll check out the documentary by Greg Palast. Yeah, the voter purges this year were historically mortifying, just absolutely mortifying. And it's a tale of what's to come if we don't do something quickly. Kansas is reporting 7%, actually has Harris up, which is kind of interesting. Let's look at the Senate election in Missouri to see if there's any chance there. Josh Hawley is up only by 1%, but only 2% reporting right now. Michigan's still looking good. Yeah, I don't think we win Georgia, but I think we win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If we do that, it's kind of game over. And Ohio is pretty close on the presidential side. Harris is only down 0.5% with 39% reporting, which is kind of wild. All right. Presidential is 35 to 95. Trump. That doesn't mean anything at all, guys, right now. It really doesn't. Elizabeth asks your thoughts on APAC. I mean, APAC is a symptom of the unlimited money that is now allowed to come into politics. Simple as that. That's all it is. I mean, they're going to spend the money they need to spend to advance their agenda, whatever it is, and until we can reform campaign finance, it's going to be the exact same scenario over and over and over again. So obviously, APAC spent $100 million. They've taken out 12 progressives over the last 2 cycles, and they're going to keep going after it even more. And it's a shame. It's a disgrace. It's not what our democracy is meant to be. They say that their policies are good politics. No, their policies are well funded. So that's the fundamental problem that we're dealing with right now. And that's the problem that we're dealing with right now. This is fundamentally it. After Elon shenanigans, there will have to be campaign finance reform. I hope so. I just, it's like there's so many politicians who take money from these corrupt corporations that, sorry, it's blocking some trolls on social media here. God, I get so many trolls. And Nancy says that, well, corporations are not people and presidents are not kings. But unfortunately, that's the world that we're currently living in. Didn't mean to make that rhyme, but that rhymed. So I'll take it. What $1 billion could do for people if not campaigning? Might be having a few guests join us on the live stream as well. All right, let's see here. Update on the presidential side. 7% in Illinois, my home state. It's an easy win there. Yeah, Georgia's not looking great. 52% reporting, and Trump is up big. He is up big right now. Wow. And 38% reporting in Virginia, and Trump is up in Virginia. No kidding. That's crazy. 38% and Trump is up in Virginia. That is nuts. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good at all. And Tim Kaine's lead is down to 3%. No, 2.4% in Virginia as well. Yep, they called Delaware. It's done. Yeah. Yes, sweetheart.
Want to see a magic trick?
In a little bit, sweetheart. Okay.
Wait, it could be here. It could be here. It could be here.
Give me a second, sweetheart. Give me a second.
But it's gonna be funny.
All right, let me see here.
But you're invited to see a magic trick.
Give me a second, sweetheart. Give me a second. Okay? Let's see here.
It could be right now.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, good.
I know where it came from.
Where did it come from? All right, my daughter showed me a magic trick. Yeah, Rachel, I agree. I hope this is the Red Mirage as well. 14% North Carolina. They're tied at 49. I mean, they're literally apart by 16 votes in North Carolina right now. With 900,000 votes cast, they're 16 votes apart. 14 separating the two. Trump is up 1.5%, 1.7 points in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, Harris still leading 9%. Michigan still only 5% reporting, Harris leading. One thing we got to look out for is Trump's going to probably try to claim victory early as well. Got to make sure he doesn't do that. Some tea with honey. We can look at the county breakdowns as well. There's Georgia. So we've got Macon County, Atlanta reporting, Augusta, Savannah. So we've got some of the major cities reporting. A few are still missing, of course. So we'll see where it goes, but 52% reporting so far. And then in Virginia, what's going on in Virginia? Richmond. Yeah, so Stafford County, where I lived for some time, has gone for Tim Kaine in the past. So I'm kind of surprised to see it still red. That's really surprising to me. Yeah, Richmond and then Northern Virginia. But 52% in, 40% reporting, so we still got time. I think we're okay for now. I think once we get past the 60-70% and it's still there, that's gonna be in trouble. But we'll see where we are right now. Yeah, there are zero reason to vote for Trump, unless, of course, you're either misinformed or rape and racism is not a deal breaker for you. That's the only reason why I think somebody would vote for Trump. Thank you, Carlson, for voting early in New York. All right. If you're just tuning in, thank you for joining us. Welcome your support, subscribing to my Substack as well. Put the link here. Support goes a long way, and I welcome every bit of it. So whether you subscribe for free or at a cup of Joe a month, $6 a month, either way, I'm grateful for it. All right, Illinois is officially called for Harris, as expected. So it's going 19 electoral votes. Should have been more, but Illinois allegedly lost population, which they did not, but that's due to the census miscount. Michigan, 7%. Harris still has lead there. Pennsylvania, 11%. Harris has a commanding lead in Pennsylvania. There we go. All right. Update in 20% report in North Carolina, and Harris is down 6 points now. Yeah, we'll know soon enough if this is a red mirage or not. 40% reporting in Virginia, and it's a dead heat. South Carolina has been called for Trump. No surprise there. 52% Georgia, still down 11 points. I'd be curious to see if John Tester can hold on to Montana. Any word in Iowa or Kansas? Asks Alexandra. I'm checking that right now. Kansas, 10% reporting. Trump is up 4 points. And nothing on Iowa just yet. We'll have results on Iowa in about 15 to 20 minutes as well. Florida's abortion rights ballot measure is at about 58% yes. 75% of votes are in so far. So that should pass. Wow, I just saw a headline. Search interest for "Did Joe Biden drop out?" is spiking on election day. When the guy withdrew, 4 months ago? Imagine being so detached from politics that you think he's president, you show up to vote, and you're like, oh, who's this new person? That's just wild. Imagine living in that world. Just bliss, obliviousness, and bliss to everything around you. Incredible. All right, let me see here. I think that's another update here as of 7:44. We've got Harris down 3 points in Ohio with 43% reporting. Up huge in Pennsylvania with 12% reporting. I mean, she's just mopping the floor of Pennsylvania. Let's hope it sticks. And then down 0.5% in Virginia. That's wild to me. Absolutely wild. And then North Carolina down 5 points in North Carolina with 21% reporting. Yeah, Kristen, you're right. White nationalism is absolutely taking control. Let's check out the Senate update. Allred is down 2 points with 52% reporting. I mean, for him to be that close, guys. Remember, Beto lost by, I think, 2.5, 3 points as well. Kane is still up 3 points. Sherrod Brown is up 2 points in Ohio with 43% reporting. Bob Casey's up big with 12% reporting. And 1% reporting in Maryland. Larry Hogan's up, but let's see here. All right. And then North Dakota, Kevin Kramer is going to win that easily. Missouri, Josh Hawley is up 10 points with 2% reporting. God, Josh Hawley is just a piece of work. Not worried about Hogan just yet. It's just it's 1% reporting, so there's nothing to draw from that. It's 1%. It doesn't mean anything right now. All right, let's see here. So Harris gets the House District 2 in Nebraska, which is good. We will take it. It was expected to win that, but we'll take it. So electoral count is 71 to 101. Obviously, 270 is the winner. All right, Opinionated Hijabi just sent me a picture of a cat. So she wins the night, which is awesome. It's a beautiful cat, too. I love cats. I'm allergic to them, but I love cats. Okay, let's see, where are we now? Kansas is interesting. Harris is taking the lead in Kansas. Harris is up 52-46 with 28% reporting in Kansas. That's wild. That's incredible. I don't know what's going on there, but that's great. Still has a lead in Michigan. Still has a lead in Pennsylvania. Big lead in Pennsylvania. Dude, what is going on in Virginia? That's wild to me. I thought Virginia was going to be a walk-away win. Yeah, I mean, 4 years ago, Tim Kaine. I'm sorry, not 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Biden won by 10 points, and even in 2016, Tim Kaine and Hillary Clinton won Virginia pretty easily. Remember phone bank for Hillary back then. So I'm surprised to see it close right now. That's mind blowing to me. Governor's race, Josh Stein is up 5 points on Mark Robinson with 23% reporting. I'm sorry, he's up 10 points on Mark Robinson. That's great. 10 points on Mark Robinson. So I'm shocked that that's not happening on the presidential levels. A lot of cross voters there. That's really interesting. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, North Carolina, you've got Stein up 10 points. You got Harris down 7, and you got Stein up 10. That's a 17-point swing. That's crazy. That's Rachel. I'm trying to figure out. What's interesting to me about the whole Mark Robinson thing is he is a racist, stereotypical depiction of a black man, in that doesn't have any thought for himself, doesn't have any self-respect. He just kind of plays the part. It's wild to me. It's what's that old saying that all skin folk ain't kinfolk? He's an example of that. Absolutely an example of that. The dissident in us. Yeah, I mean, I lived in Virginia for about a decade, and yeah, it's got its red parts. I ran for office in Virginia. It's definitely got its red parts for sure. No doubt about it. This is interesting. I don't know what to make of this. This is really wild. We've got it's like we're gonna have a Democratic governor of North Carolina. They haven't called it just yet. 24% reporting only. But on the presidential side, 25% reporting. And she's down 9 points in North Carolina. And she's down a point in Virginia. Misogyny, absolutely. Anti-black racism, misogyny. There's no doubt about it. This goes back to what I was saying earlier, why I'm so upset with Biden for not dropping out when he was supposed to. You gave Harris 100 days to introduce herself to the entire country. And it's just wild to me that he did that. Absolutely wild to me. absolutely reckless and selfish decision. I don't know why everyone's giving Biden his flowers for this. He should have dropped out back in March of 2023. Let there be a robust primary. Let the Democratic Party voters. I mean, it's all Monday morning quarterback stuff now, but that this was my fear that people may not have gotten to know her well enough. But we'll see. Look, it's still early. It's only 8 p.m. Central Time. All right, some good news out of okay. So NBC officially calls Josh Stein to win North Carolina governor, which is fantastic. And I'm seeing projections for Angela also Brooks to win Maryland over Hogan, which is great. Yep, the election center projects Angela also Brooks as winning. All right, in Georgia, most of the Atlanta suburbs have yet to be counted. And she is outperforming Biden's 2020 splits in urban areas of Georgia. So that's good. So that's good. So we've won North Carolina's governor race, which is great. We've won Angela Also Brooks to the Senate, defeating former Governor Hogan. So definitely some good news for the night right there. But this is getting interesting now. Okay, we've got Missouri coming in 6% reporting in Missouri, and Harris is up, which is great. Okay, great. I guess they're just behind on this tracker I'm using. I'm going to try to find a different tracker because they just called it for Harris. Called Virginia for Harris, to be clear. All righty then. Call Virginia for Harris. That's good. So that should get those electoral seats here pretty soon. I'm trying to find a different election tracker. Let's see here. Election tracker. I'm just trying to find different ones that are going to be accurate because not terribly pleased with the lack of timeliness in this one. Live maps. So 71 to 101. All right, let's try this AP tracker instead. The Senate, Tim Kaine's up. Yeah, all these trackers are out of date, it turns out, because I'm seeing that they called Virginia for Harris, but on here it still has Harris down, which doesn't make any sense. But Decision Desk just called Virginia for Harris. It's kind of you. You're the only person that you wanted to hear from tonight. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm trying. Look, accuracy and facts are my thing. I mean, I'm adamant on that. There's no substitute for that. So you have my commitment that I'm only going to report what's going to be accurate. Key thing is, for Harris to get to 270, she needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska's 2nd district. She can lose Georgia and North Carolina and still get to 270. So that's kind of where we are right now. For watching from California, I don't know how late you should stay up. I have no idea, because God knows what's going to happen here. Abortion rights ballot in Florida needed to get to a 60% threshold to pass. I got 57%. But what an insanely stupid form of government where 57% of the people want something, but it still doesn't pass. Absolutely nonsensical. Absolutely just nonsensical. So Andy Kim won the U.S. Senate seat in New Jersey, which is great. There's reports that the bomb threats that are being called into liberal districts across the country are from Russian interference. This is wild. I mean, that's a foreign attack through and through. All right, guys. So far, we're actually okay. We're actually doing okay, guys. This is not bad. This is not bad. I know we're down on a lot of key areas that we want to be ahead. But look, Harris was down 10 in Georgia, and now she's down only 5. She was down 7 in North Carolina, now she's down only 4 with 38% counted. So we're trending in the right direction. And with 6% in Missouri, she's up 4. With 31% in Kansas, she's up 4. That's wild to me. Imagine winning Kansas. Okay, Iowa, Iowa's just started reporting, so there's not really any data there yet. Pennsylvania, 16% reporting, and she's still up 30 points. So good. Michigan, 9% reporting, and she's up 7 points. So, it's not bad. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then Nebraska, 2nd seat. That's what we got to win, right? I'm going to put this into the chat so you can refer to it. But this is what we got to win to ensure that we're on the same page here. So don't panic yet. No need to panic. Panicking never did anything. Never helped anybody. But this is what we got to do to win this thing. And the fact that we're even competitive up here is wild, because New York came through. Electoral votes, New York's been called. Massachusetts has been called. Obviously, Connecticut's been called. Rhode Island's been called as well. And Maryland's been called. And then on the Senate side, Yeah, it's out of date, but they've called it for Angela Also Brooks, and then in Delaware as well, they've called for Lisa Blunt Rochester. So first time two black women will be representing either of those states, which is fantastic. So that's two more black women in the U.S. Senate that we didn't have before. So huge, absolutely huge. God save America from Trump, indeed, Gates. You're exactly right. Okay, now things are moving pretty quickly here. Go to the House. See what's happening in Virginia. District 7, Eugene Vindman is up by 2% in the 7th District. Jennifer McClellan's up 5% in the 4th District. It's a Democratic stronghold. Sue Haas is up 5% in the 10th District. It's a Democratic stronghold as well. See what's going on here. And doesn't seem like any surprises in Illinois. Lauren Underwood is up by a lot. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much as predicted in Illinois as well. So nothing out of the ordinary happening. Curious to see if Boebert maintains her seat. Hopefully she does not, but we'll find out soon enough. Fayette County in Georgia. Trump won it 52.7 to 45.9 in 2020. Right now, he's up 51 to 48. So Harris is outperforming Trump in these key parts. Sherrod Brown is looking good. Last I checked, let's check an update. And he's not looking good. He's down 0.9%, but only 49% has been reported. So it's been going back and forth all night. But there's nothing to stress about that one just yet. Let's see here. Yeah, Tim Kaine is still up. Yeah, they're not. I don't know why they're not calling Virginia for Harris yet. I got a decision desk called it, but it's not showing up here, so I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, I mean, Nate Silver gave Trump a 50-50 chance of winning, right down the middle. Harris is leading in Cook's final political average by 0.9%. Let's see where this goes. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing completely out of the ordinary right now. Election Center has Harris winning Maine, which is expected. Ruben Gallego has won the Senate seat in Arizona to replace to defeat Kerry Lake and to replace Kristen Sinema. So that's a huge win. Ruben Gallego, Arizona, that's fantastic. We'll take it. Harris wins Minnesota, which is expected. Trump wins Nebraska. Tammy Baldwin is projected to win Wisconsin, which is great. Harris wins New Mexico. Let's see here. All right, what else is going on, guys? If you're just tuning in, would love for you guys to subscribe to me on Substack as well. QasimRashid.com /subscribe. That support goes a long way towards helping me continue to do this advocacy and work. I'm kind of shocked that Kansas. I mean, we got like this blue wall now between Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, and Illinois, where I mean Harris is still down in the electoral count, but she's still leading. I mean, Kansas is 36% in, and she's up 5 points. Missouri 13% in. Michigan 10% in, and she's up 5 points in Michigan. Pennsylvania 18% in, and she's still up 22 points in Pennsylvania. And Tammy Baldwin has been projected to win re-election in Wisconsin. If that's any indication of what's going to happen with her, then I mean, this could be all right. In Texas, Harris is down. See how Colin Allred is doing in Texas. He's down 5 points. God, I don't understand why Texans vote for Tex Cruz. Like, what does this guy bring to the table? He's not even like a tough guy. Anybody who sits there and sucks up to the guy who insults his wife and father on national television, that's not a guy that he's not going to back you. He's not going to protect you. Let's see here. All right. I'm really happy about Gallagher winning Arizona. That's huge. That's pretty big. That's actually really big. Hello, Rob. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I mean, the big shift is going to happen after 10. We'll see right now. Saying Fulton County, Georgia is keeping polls open until 10 to accommodate the extra votes, which is great. All right, so we're getting some movement in Wisconsin. Okay, not enough yet for you have to give Texas to Trump and Louisiana and Nebraska. Kirsten Gillibrand wins re-election in New York. All right. Go. Yeah, Trump's been claiming voter fraud in Philadelphia for a while, and it's nonsense. I mean, the Larry Kasner, the Philadelphia DA, came out right away and said there's no fraud. To the person asking if Casey's in trouble in Pennsylvania, well, 20% of the vote is in, and he's up 59-39, 59-38. So I think he's going to be okay so far. On the POTUS side, yeah, she's up 59-39 with 20% of the vote in. Yeah, I'm not terribly worried about Virginia because Fairfax County is massive and it takes forever to count those votes, like absolutely forever to count those votes. So I can see that surge coming in and flipping things, changing things. Yeah, see, there you go. You can look at the uncounted votes. Right? So I mean, this giant over here, all these are uncounted. So I'm not too worried right now. Not too worried at all. Nicole, who's just joined. I think we're still in okay shape. I'm not worried about this right now. Let's see here. All right, let me see here. And then Iowa's popping up. 9% in with Harris up 18 points with 9% of Iowa in. That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. 2% in for Wisconsin, not much. I'm using the AP News tracker for results right now. All right, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I'll be back in a jiff. Just give me a second, guys. All right, we're back. Sorry, I had a quick bio break. What comments did I miss? All right, cool. All right, back. All right. Okay, we got New Mexico reporting now as well. New Mexico's going to Harris. That's looking good. Iowa is looking great. I mean, going blue, applies to the team with 9% reporting. All right, I'm going to bring on a colleague of mine. Salam, great to see you, buddy.
Hey, Qasim, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Salam, it's by way of introduction to everybody. Salam Bhatti is an attorney. He's a human rights lawyer in Virginia. He works at FRAC. So you can say, what the frack? And he'll explain what that is. But old childhood buddy of mine, went to law school around the same time. And he is joining us to talk about what's going on with this election, because a lot of his policy, this is why I never say I despise all lobbyists, because he's a food lobbyist. He lobbies to get food access to low-income communities. And I know a lot of what's going to happen tonight is going to impact what kind of legislation he'll be able to pass next year. So Salam, thanks for being here, man.
Thanks for the opportunity, man. What a night.
Yeah, I think it's looking good so far, to be perfectly honest. I know it looks on first glance bad, but like Virginia, for example, she's down a point. But when you look at what votes have been counted in Virginia, right? All you haven't seen all the votes from Northern Virginia counted, right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So there's a huge chunk. So 56% of these votes have been counted. But look, she's winning them nearly, 2.5 to 1, or 2 to 1. And so we still got a huge chunk here. 31% have been counted, and these are the biggest population centers as well. So I'm not terribly worried right now.
Yeah, it's always, we have that PTSD from 2016.
I know. Oh, I know. But even then, we won Virginia in 2016.
Oh, all right. Okay. As long as Virginia does the right thing.
I'd be shocked. And we won Virginia by 10 points in 2020. I'd be shocked to see Virginia go.
Yeah.
And then even in Georgia, she's down right now, 70% counting, but they're still, let's see here. Let's see where the bulk, right? So Atlanta, 75% votes counted, only 16% from here. It's another huge population center, right? So like all the blue areas, you're talking 75%, 16%, 72%. Whereas, the red areas, they're in the 80s and 90%. So I'm not terribly worried right now. I mean, just by virtue, right? This is 44,000 votes, and here you're talking 8,000 votes. So we're actually still in okay shape. I know it's nerve-wracking, and you want to pull your hair out, but for me, the real story is like, what the hell's going on in Iowa?
What is going on? Let's check it out.
10% in, and she's up 16 points in Iowa. Isn't that crazy? And then same with Missouri, 18% in, and she's up 10 points in Missouri.
Now that's fascinating.
Kansas, right? 40% in, she's up 4 points in Kansas.
And these weren't even predicted to be swing states.
No. Like there's a one poll about Iowa, but this is just completely out of the blue. That's fantastic. It's blowing my mind.
Out of the blue.
Well. This is great. This is fantastic so far. So Michigan, 12% in, she's up 10 points. Wisconsin, 6% in, she's down, but they already called it for Tammy Baldwin, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Fannie Willis reelected to district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, which is great.
I wonder what's going to happen with the Allred Cruz race.
Yeah, it's not looking great. He's down 6 points. And, it's not impossible. Dallas is only half counted so far. Same with Houston, 72%. San Antonio, 72%. Austin, 76%. So, yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but
Ooh,
looking tough right now.
but it's necessary.
Get rid of that. Should be interesting. So what's gonna? Okay, so tell the folks what you do and what Trump administration would mean for the work you do in poverty law.
Yeah, so here in a personal capacity, but the work I do is protecting the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Yeah.
So over 40 million people use it every single month to help put food on the table. A lot of people don't know that this is the one of the biggest safety net programs. It's the nation's first line of defense against hunger. When we had Trump's first term, he attacked that program so much that it completely exhausted the advocates. It was every month it was whack-a-mole. It was like he would try to do something to one part of the program, we'd rally behind it, and then rally against it, and then the next thing you know, he's over here. So we're not even done over here, and now we have to focus here, and it was all over the place.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the pandemic happened and it just made everything worse. So not only was there a chilling effect on people using the programs and people, being turned off from it, now all of a sudden people didn't have jobs and now we had to use the SNAP program. So it was like, oh my God, it was chaos.
Yeah.
So when we were looking at Project 2025 and we saw that he wants to do the same thing again and then some, it's just not a good look, especially at a time when the USDA reports that food insecurity has risen, grocery store prices have increased. Like, you can't knock on the program that is helping feed tens of millions of people.
Literally, yeah. And then simultaneously, they're passing legislation to suppress the living wage into a poverty wage. And so it's like, oh, if you get off welfare, you got a job, but we're not going to pay you enough to actually buy food, so you're back on welfare. And I think that's one of the big myths that people don't realize, that a lot of folks who are on welfare, the vast majority are working full-time jobs.
Mm-hmm.
It's this whole Ronald Reagan drama queen or welfare queen of a woman sitting at home and not working and just collecting a welfare check. That's all propaganda. The reality is very different.
Yeah, I mean, the real welfare queens are people like Elon Musk.
Yeah, it's taking billions in corporate subsidies for sure.
But there's a lot of these full-time employers or these big employers are now also gaming the system where they're not giving enough hours to be considered full-time.
Yeah.
So people will have to work 2 jobs to barely make ends meet and not even be getting benefits.
Yeah.
So when you even look at universal health care, how necessary it is, but how far we are from it, it's debilitating. Similarly, if I want to work myself out of a job, and I do, so many of my colleagues, we just want to work ourselves out of a job so that we can actually go towards the dream, right?
Yep.
I want to open up a coffee truck. Like, that's all I want to do. But the thing to do is pass guaranteed income.
Yeah,
and there's been several states that have actually banned it. Like, why would you ban it? You can get rid of poverty. You can get rid of federal programs.
I know. Or like a guaranteed homes program. Like, people are like, well, guaranteed home, that's insane. Why would we do that? And I point out that in California, for example, to imprison one person versus to give them a home. If you give somebody a home for a year,
mm-hmm.
it would cost taxpayers somewhere around the realm of $25,000 to $30,000. And you're like, well, that's nuts. But you know how much it costs to imprison somebody for a year in California? $132,000.
Come on, man.
So you're going to spend 4 times as much because you've criminalized, because what states are doing now is criminalizing homelessness. So you're going to spend 4 times as much to imprison somebody than you are to get them a home and then allow them to get back on their feet and work and be sustainable and self-reliant. And that's kind of what the UBI model. All right, real quickly, Missouri, 18% in, and Lucas Kunz is up 13 points on Josh Hawley. I'm telling you what, that would be the sweetest thing in the world if somehow Lucas Kunz pulls this off.
Nice.
I think there's a lot of loathsome people on the Republican side. I don't know if there's anybody worse than Hawley and Cruz. Those to me are like two of the absolute worst. I mean, there's a lot. Mitch
Mhm.
McConnell, but like he's on his way out anyway. But those two are just the worst. And it would be great if they were replaced. That'd be fantastic.
Oh, you say 178 electoral votes. Whoa.
Yeah, did they update?
Yeah, 99 to 178.
Dang.
Man, these red states are counting real quick.
They called Ohio as well. North Carolina and Georgia are close. Virginia, we're waiting for the rest of the votes to come in. 56% reporting in Virginia, 54 in North Carolina, 75 in Georgia. Georgia's looking tough at this point. Georgia's looking real tough at this point.
Lean red, yep.
Yep.
But Pennsylvania, looking good.
26% in. She's up 12 points. She needs to win. She can lose all the other. Well, she's got to win Virginia too, which she will. But she just needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and that one seat in Nebraska, which she should win that one congressional seat, and that'll get her to 270.
Let's go. What do you think? We should know by 2 a.m.
Yeah, it might be that late. I mean, we'll we'll see. We'll see where it ends up. We got 4,500 people watching, which is kind of cool.
4,500.
Yeah, that's just, and then
I thought it was just you and me.
no, and then another 550 on Substacks. We got 5,000 people watching, which is kind of cool.
Hi, everybody.
Yep. Hi, Dr. Nick. All right. So Michigan update 12%. She's still up by 8 points. Yeah, Elizabeth, we're talking 2 a.m. Eastern. We're thinking. People like my hi, Dr. Nick joke. Iowa, 11% in. She's still up. What is going on in Iowa? You got some of the city votes in. Davenport, nothing. Wow, if she wins Iowa, that'd be amazing.
What do you think? You think either the House or the Senate are going to flip?
I think the Senate probably goes back to Republican at this point. Because they won the seat in West Virginia that what's his face Manchin retired from. So Jim Justice won that pretty easily. And then in Ohio, you got Sherrod Brown down 4 points with 60% reporting. So that's concerning. That's definitely concerning.
Well, let's see. Maybe absentee ballots should be strong in that state.
Yeah, but I don't see how. And then we also got Montana, which we're waiting for those results to come in. But John Tester's he's a Democrat in Montana.
Yeah,
he's facing a Republican challenger there. So that's gonna be tough. I think we should win back the House. Should.
That's tough, man.
Yeah, I know.
One of the things that's kept me from updating my Substack this past quarter, is we've been fighting Congress. They've been trying to cut $30 billion from the SNAP program over the next 10 years.
Yeah.
The House, which has a Republican majority, their agricultural committee that oversees the SNAP, they passed a bill out of committee that will cut $30 billion from the SNAP program. Not from administrative costs, but from actual benefits that 40 million people receive.
Yeah.
At a time when food insecurity is rising, at a time when groceries are costing more than ever. And so if the House and the Senate go red, it's bad. If it's a triple red, it's awful. If they both flip, then that's okay. We'll get back to the bipartisan roots of the Farm Bill, which controls SNAP as well, which should take that cut off the table, because Democrats are like, this bill is not going forward if you're cutting $30 billion from benefits.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we got a trifecta Republican government, it's fascism. I don't think there's going to be an election in 2028 at that point.
You're not even being facetious. Like it's
I'm really not.
we saw the first term. We saw January 6th.
Yeah. Somebody just said, given that you are a Democrat and you look stressed, I'm guessing Trump wins.
Dude, no. I'm just a parent with 2 kids under 5. This is my normal look.
Oh, he's talking to me, but
Oh.
I'm sure you look pretty stressed too. No, I just haven't slept in the last 2 weeks. It's not that I'm stressed or that my eyes are baggy because of that like stress. It's just I haven't. Well, I'm a personal trainer and I can read your face. Well, you can read the face of somebody who hasn't slept in 2 weeks minimum. I've been flying all over the country. Georgia. I was in Atlanta all last week. Was in Michigan this weekend, in Detroit, and it's just I've been going to bed at 2, 3 in the morning, waking up at 5 in the morning, and staying awake. So I've been sleeping on average 2 to 3 hours a night for the last couple of weeks. And I will say I've been picking up pickleball, and I've been enjoying pickleball. I'm number 1 in my league right now. Just not to humble brag, but
I mean, this is the perfect season to be staying up all night and waking up mad early, because this is the season you thrive in with your continuous flow of pumpkin spice lattes.
There we go. Regardless of opinion, I would recommend chamomile tea to sleep. It's not the difficulty to sleep. I could fall asleep right now if I want to. It's the work that needs to be done. That's what I want to emphasize. That it's not that I'm trying to avoid sleep or I'm having difficulty falling asleep. I can fall asleep in 5 minutes right now, and that's not the hard part. The hard part is just waiting for this election to be over, and then I'll have some time to sleep. Assuming everything goes well tonight, I will absolutely enjoy sleeping tonight and tomorrow.
Well, listen, you're a bold-faced liar when it comes to sleeping. Qasim promised me that after running a marathon, we would sleep for like 20 hours straight. And he said, "Oh, let's also take a red eye back to the other side of the country." And then not be able to find a car in the winter in Philadelphia. Listen, I still want my 20 hours of sleep after that marathon.
Yeah, well, let's do another marathon. Let's do one next year.
I can do a half. I'll do a half.
Let's do the Chicago half next year.
I'm up for it.
I'm cutting my weight down. I'm trying to get back into my marathoning shape as well. Yeah, Kristen. I mean, my wife gets annoyed with how quickly I can fall asleep. There's been more than one occasion where we've been talking and she says something to me. I respond, and then the next thing I know, I wake up because I fell asleep while talking to her, and I woke up the next morning, and she's just like, "I don't understand how you fall asleep so quickly." And when you're constantly exhausted, you can fall asleep at any time. The other thing is that caffeine really doesn't do anything for me. I can drink caffeine and go to bed right away.
You ever done those coffee naps?
I don't know what a coffee nap is. I do power naps.
It's like as soon as you drink coffee, you go to sleep, and then in 20 minutes, once the caffeine kicks in, you're wide awake and ready to go.
Oh, I'm gonna try that. I like it. All right, Tammy Baldwin is crushing it in Wisconsin. Lisa Slotkin is crushing it in Michigan, and Bob Casey is crushing it in Pennsylvania. Sherrod Brown is not crushing it in Ohio, which is not good. Okay, Tim Kaine is still up 2% in Virginia. And let's see what else we got going on here. The presidential side. There we go. Harris takes the lead in Wisconsin. I mean, this is it, folks. She maintains this of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She got 2 of the 3 electoral seats in Nebraska. She only needed 1. She got 2. So this is it. I mean, I know it's stressful right now, but she's on path to win at this point. Assuming Virginia comes through the way it's supposed to. It's. What do I say, Salam? I mean, I feel like we're not in bad shape right now.
Yeah, I was on Reddit earlier, and there were people posting about Northern Virginia and saying just like the voter turnout is ridiculous. I think over like 250,000 votes have come in over the past 45 days. So it's going to be quite a slog to count that. Mm-hmm. But once that comes through, should be good. People are saying that they haven't seen like a single Trump sign in that area.
Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, Slotkin is winning. Lauren Boebert is unfortunately winning.
Still, really?
Yeah, remember she's changed her house seat.
Oh, so the guy that almost beat her last time
Yeah.
is in the old district. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that was such a close race.
Yep. Lucas Kuntz is winning. Abortion ballot measure in Maryland has passed, which is good as well. It's fantastic. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. It's me and Salam Bhatti from Virginia, talking politics. Welcome your support to subscribe to me on Substack and make this work easier. My whole goal is to be able to provide this content without corporate influence, and that happens when I have a mass number of people supporting me. So whether you can subscribe for free or for a cup of Joe a month, it goes a long way. So I appreciate you guys. I'm actually shocked here, Islam. I thought there was going to be like an early surge in Iowa, but it's maintaining. It's at 15%, and she's still up 10 points. Missouri, 21%, and she's still up 2 points. Kansas, she's down a point at 45%. But wow.
So why would the in-person ballots, I'm assuming this is what Iowa's counting first. Why would Iowa be voting for Harris? What happened?
I think the thing in Iowa is that they have, I think one thing I read was there's a population of women who are old enough to remember life pre-Roe being enacted.
Oh, wow.
And they realized how devastating that was. So it's having a huge impact on women in Iowa because now they're realizing that our granddaughters are going to be suffering the same thing that we suffered through 50 plus years ago.
That's interesting. And so that also makes you wonder what's the youth turnout. I saw some like single digit margins, numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the youth turnout that I saw is actually, let me pull up the data on the youth turnout. This was as of a couple of days ago, and it was, hold on, it was like mind blowing how good the youth turnout was.
Oh, it's turning up good.
Yeah, it's Michigan was up 221%, Pennsylvania 102%, North Carolina 53%, Georgia 31%, nationally 20% increase in youth turnout.
Would you say are millennials still considered youth?
I think it's 18 to 29.
Darn.
So I think that's a younger millennial, right? Because 96 is when the last year of millennials. I think 97 is when Gen Z starts. So if you're 26, so if you're born in 96, you're 28 right now. So younger millennials.
If I say skibbity, do I knock off a few years?
That's Gen Alpha, and it would urge me to punch you next to my seat.
Well, it's not the night of violence.
Elizabeth says, I think Iowa lost a lot of OGYNs too. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I think what pisses me off most about the Republican thing on abortion is not even like if you have a moral opposition to it, hey, I'm not going to judge your religion. You do what you got to do. But it's your religion, and your religion says what you can't do, not what anybody else can't do, right? And but what really is like that hypocrisy aside, what really pisses me off is that if they were actually against abortion, if they actually wanted to reduce abortion, they would pass universal basic income. They would pass childhood pre-K. They would pass guaranteed universal health care. They would demand a living wage. They would provide child care for people who want to work. But they don't want to do any of those things at all. And they just want to tell women what the hell to do and say, go figure it out. There was like, somebody posted this and said, I wish I was making this up, but it was a complaint posted by a woman who said, 6 months ago or a year ago, I convinced a woman to carry her pregnancy, her unwanted pregnancy to term and deliver a baby boy. Last night, Child Protective Services came and took the 6-month-old child from their custody, which was probably the right thing to do because the child was not being taken care of. And now that woman put down my name as who she wants the child to be taken care of. And that's just ridiculous. I can't have a child right now. I don't have the ability to have a child right now. How dare somebody else impose that upon me? And it's just like, wow.
The cognitive dissonance, my goodness.
It's insane to me. That's a lack of self-awareness. God, I'm still getting fundraising emails. That's wild to me.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, let me tell you, I didn't get a single piece of campaign mailers this year in Virginia.
Yeah, that tracks because I think they figured it was already going to. I mean, you're in a blue part of Virginia, so you're not going to vote for, the Republican Senate or for House, and certainly not for president. So they probably just didn't want to waste the resources on you.
That's impressive that they can go that granular.
Yeah, they can target down to the individual house.
Reminds me of the Onion News Network video. Let's zoom in.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Yeah.
Oh, that's nuts. All right. Let's see here. The update. What's going on the presidential side? Somebody said Kamala, Virginia. Are they saying that it's been called?
I haven't seen it
Like
yet.
it? Does not seem like it yet. Can you explain what's happening in Virginia? Yeah, nothing to panic about just yet. Let me zoom in on Virginia here. Let's zoom in. As of about 9:30 p.m., Harris isn't doing as well as Biden in the election returns at the same time as 4 years ago. So the main thing is that she isn't doing as well. However, you see these big blue spots right here?
Fairfax,
Loudoun County, Prince William County, Alexandria, Arlington County, Falls Church. These are all super blue areas. And they're 60% in, 30%. 30%. We're talking, tens of thousands of votes. Even, Richmond. These are very, super blue areas. Only 14, 15% in. Norfolk. So all the major cities in Virginia have not really sent in their count just yet. Mm-hmm. So, and you can already see an indication, 62% in for their 31% in, and in each case, Harris is up 60, 40, 70, 30. So once all those come in, I expect to see a significant shift. And
those hot spots in Virginia should carry the state.
Yeah, they absolutely will.
The rest of the state is very sparsely populated. What do you think about North Carolina? Asheville, which is a typically strong D, was utterly devastated during the hurricane.
Yeah.
Is there going to be voter turnout from there? Is it going to skew the whole election?
What's interesting is for the governor's race, they called it already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they already called it. I mean, Josh Stein is destroying Mark Robinson.
Oh yeah, that was an embattled Republican candidate.
Yeah, that was the black Nazi, the self-described black Nazi.
Yeah.
So, but here you go, Charlotte, for example, right? Mecklenburg County. This is only 15% in. Harris is, Stein won that 70 to 23. On the presidential side, Harris is up 61-37, so not as much, but only 15% is in. Same with Raleigh. She's up by a lot, 74% is in. And just look at the vote counts, guys. 323,000 to 176,000. On these red districts, 71 to 35. So just a massive difference, right? Mm-hmm. And so, this is why it's important to wait. 63% of the votes are in, but there's a massive delta, massive gap for the blue votes, and Harris is only down 5 points. So I'm actually not terribly worried about this right now either. I'm really not. It's just we got to give it time to count the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it comes down to. I mean, the fact that the Democratic governor won by such a significant margin is pretty significant.
Yeah.
Missouri's been called. Let's see what's going on in the Senate here. Actually, the president. So Missouri's been called. Kansas is 51% in. He's up 3 points. Sorry. In Iowa, 21%. She's still up 6 points. which is interesting. Um, Michigan and Wisconsin are still looking good overall, but we'll see. We shall see.
I just got a message from my mom. She works in the Secretary of State's department in her state, and she said she's gonna leave the office around 11 p.m.
Who is?
My mom.
Oh wow, in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, has to be a long night for her.
But she's so. I mean, this gets her gears going, man. She got to vote for her first time when President Obama got his second term.
Oh, cool.
So she was very excited about voting and becoming a citizen. In fact, she had more pictures of Obama and his family than she did of us on her work desk.
Now we're unpacking some childhood trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah, New York Times is saying that Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. So it's looking like that is what it's looking like. What other questions do you guys have? What's on your mind? Geez. And this is through electronic counting. Imagine if it was hand ballot counting, right? I mean, we would know for weeks and weeks on end. And there have been so many studies done on the value of electronic versus hand, and every single one has found that hand ballot not only takes longer, but it's about 3 to 5 times more inaccurate than machine counting.
Mm.
Machine counting has typically about a 0.5% error rate. Hand counting has up to an 8% error rate. Isn't that crazy?
That's wild. Ooh, it's getting a little bluer up there.
Yeah, it is. Although Maine, they already called Maine for Harris. I don't know what's going on over here. Didn't they call Maine for Harris? I thought they did. Yeah, Angela also Brooks won against Larry Hogan, which is great. Let's see here.
Looks like Missouri went Trump. Okay.
Yeah, fortunately. North Carolina, Michigan. I could have swore I thought I saw that they called Maine for Harris. So I'm trying to look at the decision desk to figure out what's the situation on that.
You know, Missouri is one of the few states in the country that has the most. It's surrounded by the most amount of states,
Missouri is the state that's surrounded by the most amount of states.
or one of them. You want to know why?
Why?
Because Missouri loves company.
I was like, I'm looking at the map and counting the states. I'm like, oh,
Don't do it. I could be
now I have to wait. Let's see. We got Iowa, Nebraska.
He's going Rain Man, everybody. He's
4,
going Rain Man.
5, 6, 7, 8 states it's surrounded by. Is that the most that a state is surrounded by? 8? It's just 8 states. It's kind of impressive, actually. I think it's got to be the most, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 8's got to be the record. Huh? Yeah.
It's that weird little tilde at the bottom.
Oh, no, wait. Look at Kentucky. Hold on. You got Kentucky. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, Kentucky's only 7. What about Tennessee? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, Tennessee ties with 8 as well.
Oh.
Interesting.
People just tuning in are like, wait, are these electoral votes? What is he talking about?
What's happening? Just tuning in. It's me, Qasim, with Salam Bhatti, an attorney out of Virginia who works on poverty law. North Carolina. I mean, I don't see any reason why North Carolina wouldn't be called tonight. 65% of the reporting already in, and it's only 10 p.m. Eastern. So in theory, it should be called tonight. In theory. Electoral count. Use Trump. It is a little bit scary to see the electoral count and see Trump only 82 votes away from 82 electoral votes away from winning.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of crazy to think about. If he loses, you think he runs again in 28?
I mean, he's very up in age. He's very much up in age.
I don't think he cares about that.
I mean, with his, I just don't want to. I don't know. Is he gonna
live that long?
Yeah, can I say that? I don't want I know my FBI agent's listening, but
I'm just saying, the actuary tables. That was a big thing about John McCain. Like the actuary tables say he's got a 1 in 4 chance of dying in the office, and if he does, that's President Sarah Palin's son.
Oof. Mm. Yeah, no. I mean, the way he's been walking around trying to open doors that aren't there, I know. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, not good at all.
But I mean, also, I don't want to I don't know, because campaigning is stressful. So it's exhausting.
Ruben Gallego won the Arizona Senate to replace Sinema.
All right.
That's good.
Goodbye. Good riddance.
That's right. Suhas won Virginia 10th.
Oh yeah, that was expected.
Yeah, Decision Desk called Virginia for Harris an hour ago.
Huh? I don't know. AP hasn't called that race yet.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's leading. Oh, what about that guy? Has he seen enough?
What's that? No, he's not. He's David Wasserman. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's with MSNBC right now. So they're saying Decision Desk headquarters is calling Virginia for Harris at 8:45 Eastern, which is an hour ago.
It's so interesting how they do that.
I think they're projecting based off of the fact that all those major blue spots haven't been tabulated yet. That mathematically, Trump just won't have a path to win there. I mean, that's all I can think that they're doing. So, let's see here. Yeah, Lisa Blunt Rochester was a Delaware Senate, so we've got 2 black women in the Senate now. Harris to win Delaware. Yep. Looks like Trump should win Georgia and North Carolina, but that's okay. Harris just needs to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. She wins those 3, and she wins. So it comes down to, which is not a surprise. It's kind of what we all expected, right?
Yeah, and the great thing is that they're not West Coast states, so we should know earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad in the West Coast. Nobody cares.
If it was a popular vote, then it would matter.
Yeah, it would matter a lot.
Every state would matter. Well, no, it's not a state thing. All the votes would matter.
It's a federal thing, right? The states just shouldn't matter at that point. The states have representation. They have House of Representatives. They have senators. Just the idea that we have this stupid electoral system that was based off of slavery, we need to get rid of it. We absolutely need to get rid of it.
I don't understand how people are like, oh, if we didn't have the Electoral College, then people wouldn't visit our state to campaign.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
It makes no sense. People are just going to go to the most populous cities? Not necessarily.
That's crazy. Well, and also with the Electoral College, they only go to 6 states anyway. So
yeah,
that's just where we are.
Yep. Oh, things that don't make sense. And honestly, another thing that doesn't make sense is why does no presidential candidate run on ending daylight saving time? It's the most current issue. is universally abhorred. Oh, Utah just went red, but that's
Yeah.
Utah. Like it's pitch black outside, but I don't know if it's 5 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
I know. I can't stand that thing. It's pointing out that that's already the case. That a few states controlled the entire election.
Oh, this is interesting. Earlier I saw that Trump had 188, and now I'm seeing 184. But your screen's saying 198.
Yeah, 188. Yep.
Oh, let me click refresh. 198. Okay, here we go. And then New York Times is running slow, I guess.
Wow. No, Decision Desk is calling North Carolina for Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Darn.
But again, it's not that it's okay, but it's not unexpected. It's not fatal to the presidency.
Oh, there we go.
So early exit poll findings are early polling, but this is a top issue in this election: is 1, state of the democracy; 2, the economy; 3, abortion; 4, immigration; and 5, foreign policy. Both Harris and Trump are underwater in favorability. Harris 48 favorable, 50 unfavorable. Trump 44 favorable, 54 unfavorable. Wow. Let's see. I'm surprised Decision Desk called it for Trump already. That's kind of shocking.
North Carolina?
Yeah, that's really shocking to me.
Let's see. 67% of votes are in. Trump leads about almost 5 points.
Yeah, me for president. I'm an immigrant. Wasn't born here, so I can't run for president, unfortunately. Let's see here. How you guys feeling out there? Yeah. What's the update here? Iowa's going red as expected. going on Wisconsin? She's down 0.5%, 37% of the votes in. Wisconsin's going to be close. Madison, she's up big. Only half the votes have been counted. Milwaukee, she's up even bigger, and only half the votes have been counted. Waukesha, she's down big, but almost 80% have been counted. So I'm still feeling good about Wisconsin overall. I know some of you guys are going to bed. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you.
I remember going to bed in 2016. Trump was up, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta go to bed. It's so late." But I'm sure America will figure it out and do the right thing when I wake up.
I was in front of the White House. I was standing in front of the White House when they called it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I was in Queens, New York. And then weeks later, the Muslim ban happened.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was watching that on, I think, CNN. And they were showing like, all these lawyers are rushing to JFK to help the people flying in. And I was like, oh, man, I wish I could do something. Oh, wait a second. I'm a lawyer and I'm in Queens.
Yeah.
And so I hopped on the train. I went to JFK. I spent like 17 hours there.
Yeah.
Just working. And it was just really cool to be part of that. But I never want to do it again. Like, we cannot let Trump have a second term. Because it's going to be bonkers.
Yeah.
That Muslim ban is going to be insane. The refugee ban and everything.
Yeah. It'll be fascism through and through.
Ooh.
Well, District 13 looks like Nikki Budzinski might lose. Big. She's losing big right now. Wow. Budzinski's getting destroyed right
Was
now.
he the incumbent?
She's the incumbent, yeah.
Oh, right. Are they in the Ag Committee?
Wow. Again, it's like I just want a Democratic Party that leans into its base instead of tries to attract Republicans.
Mm.
I don't get it.
Oh, Kamala is at 109.
It's Kamala.
Oh, sorry. I was watching Miss Marvel. Colorado, eh?
So 12 polling places in Georgia are having their hours extended due to Russian-originated bomb threats, according to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. That's wild.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Russian-originated bomb threats?
Yeah.
Imagine going back in time like 20 years when you're ready, like 15 years when you're voting for the first time. And then telling yourself, like, hey, there's going to be bomb threats coming from the Russians in like a few elections.
Yep. Florida's flabbergasting. 57% voted for their abortion referendum, which is not enough for it to pass, unfortunately. But the fact that 57% voted for the abortion referendum while voting overwhelmingly for the Republicans who tried to ban abortion is just mind-blowing to me. Like, how do you have that disconnect happen?
So, yeah, I'm looking at this bomb threats thing. Fortunately, none of them have been credible.
Yeah, I mean, but they're from the fact that Russia's behind them is pretty shocking.
Two sites were briefly evacuated, reopened after 30 minutes.
All right, let's see what's the update here.
Georgia's one of the states that had a lot of purging going on, right?
Yeah, there's more votes than any Secretary of State in history.
Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, people are getting concerned about Wisconsin, but again, she's only down 2.7 points. Only 42% has been counted, and the two big population areas of Wisconsin and Madison have less than half their votes counted so far, both of them.
Okay.
I mean, if that trend continues, right? She's up 67 to 30 in both. She's up 147,000 to 67,000 votes in Milwaukee with only 47% in. And she's up 120 to 46,000 with 49% in Madison. You know, those come through, then it more than makes up for the delta that she's down. She's only down 40,000 votes right now, 39,000 votes right now. And in Milwaukee County alone, with less than half the votes counted in Milwaukee County, she is currently up 80,000 votes. In Dane County, which is Madison, she is up.
She's up a lot.
A lot more even. Okay, now 32%. All right, yeah. So let's see what the update here is for Wisconsin. Yeah, she's retaken the lead in Wisconsin with more of those votes. I still feel like she wins Wisconsin. It's going to be close, but the data looks like she's showing she's on path to win Wisconsin right now.
Yeah, all these other spots in Wisconsin are small.
Yeah, they're not even close in comparison.
And Michigan's looking good too. Similar structure.
Let's see here. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate you guys. Some of the lit ballots were in Georgia as well. Well, Islam, if Trump does return to the White House, you will absolutely have a vital job to protect food access.
It's the worst kind of job security.
Yep. Although your hair might end up being quite white by the end of it.
Well, by the end of 1 year.
Yeah.
You know, like in a lot of our scenario planning, we've been thinking about like, listen, it's most likely if Trump wins, it's not going to be 4 years because typically midterm elections correct things out.
Yeah.
So it would just, hold on for 2 years. But Qasim, like I am 4 years away from public service loan forgiveness.
That's true. Your student loans, yeah.
And so it's like,
I know. I know, dude. It's brutal.
so
Pennsylvania. Okay, she's down in Pennsylvania now. With 50% votes in, she's down 2%. Who the heck is Oliver, the third-party candidate in Pennsylvania? Chase Oliver, Libertarian.
Libertarian, yep.
Okay. Jill Stein, a whopping 16,000 votes.
Erie is an interesting blue part of
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
yeah. All right, yeah. So let's see here. What's going on in the major cities here? So Philadelphia, only 41% of her votes are in, and she's up by 190,000 votes there. Montgomery County, only 29% of her votes are in, and she's up by 60,000 votes there. 30% in Bucks County, and um, only 30% are in, and she's up by 10,000 there. Harrisburg, your hometown,
Yeah, Dauphin County.
only 38% of votes are in, and she's up 16,000. Pittsburgh, she's up 120,000 votes and 74% of votes. So I think she's still in good shape overall in Pennsylvania. I'm not terribly worried right now.
And she's ahead in Lackawanna County, which is the home of Scranton.
Where they shot the office?
Well, where Biden's from too.
But more importantly, where they shot the office.
Yeah, absolutely.
My little giggles did go to bed. No, I think she's upstairs playing somewhere. She won't go to bed until I tell her a bedtime story, and it has to be an impromptu bedtime story that I haven't told her before, and it has to make her laugh. Otherwise, I have to start over with a new story. That's the rule. It's been like this since she was like 3 years old. And just about every night, I would say, 99 nights out of 100, I have to tell her a story, because if I forget, then she'll come and find me. So she's probably not asleep yet. Look at Nebraska, any seats flipping. So Nebraska, we got 2 electoral college votes out of Nebraska, which is fantastic. And 1 out of Maine. So we got 2 out of 3 electoral college votes. And let me see what's going on in the Senate in Nebraska. What is going on in the Senate in Nebraska? I thought there was Pete Ricketts. What happened to? Isn't there a? What happened to the Dan Osborne race in Nebraska? What's going on here? Oh wow! So Dan Osborne is up 53-47 in Nebraska. Dan Osborne is the independent.
Oh,
Nebraska. He's up against a Republican who won by 20 points in 2020, and he's up 6 points right now.
looks like Ted Cruz might have secured a seat.
Yeah. Let's see here. Dan Osborne winning that could prevent Republicans from having a majority in the Senate.
Nonpartisan. Interesting.
It's independent. That'd be wild if he won that. It'd be absolutely wild.
Oh yeah, always the wild card, right?
All right, how you guys feeling out there? Chat's awful quiet. How you guys feeling? How is News Nation called? North Carolina. News Nation's not a legitimate news site, so I wouldn't really trust anything. I would trust the AP on this, Reuters. New York Times does a good job in the space as well. Um,
Virginia's a close one.
they call Iowa. Of these 198, so he's 72 electoral votes away from winning right now. I mean, California is going to be how many electoral votes? 54, so that'll help. Nevada's going to be a big wild card too.
Oh man, Trump is pulling away in Carolina.
Yeah, he is. But in Wisconsin, it's just like oscillating back and forth right now in Wisconsin.
Yeah, Black Vegan, you're right. Disappointed that Ted Cruz again. What's strange about Cruz is that so many Republicans don't like him.
I know.
So I don't understand why nobody ever just primaries him.
He's got a ton of money. He's got a ton of money. He's got a huge war chest. How are you going to outspend him?
Man.
I mean, dude's just got an absurd amount of money. Yeah. Let's see, Michigan, she's up 3 points, 20% reporting. What's going on with the cities here? Let's see, only 1% from Wayne County. Well, okay, so Detroit, 60% in, and she's up by 60,000 votes. Washtenaw County, she's up almost 50,000 votes, 60% in. Grand Rapids, she's up 30,000 votes and 70% in? No, 27% in. So, again, Michigan's still looking pretty good, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a matter of tabulating these votes. I mean, overall, she's still looking pretty good.
$112. What's the latest? What was the state after Colorado? One of the New England states.
After Colorado, what are you talking about?
Wasn't Colorado wasn't it 110?
She is at 112 right now, yeah. So what was your question? How'd she get to 112?
Wasn't it like at 109 or 110 with Colorado?
Vermont got 3, and then Rhode Island 4.
All right.
28.
So probably one of those.
So I'm looking at all the cities in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. And right now, she's up huge on all of them, but they're all reporting less than 50%. So the math says that if that trend holds, she should win all 3 of those states pretty easily. And that's going to be 15 plus 10 plus 19. So that's 44 plus 54 right here. So that's what, 98. And that'll put her at 210. And then once I see now Virginia's already flipping, that's good.
Oh, nice. That's a good transition there.
210. So Virginia will get us to 223. And then Minnesota is going to be another 10, 233. And then Oregon and Wisconsin, 241. or in Washington 253. Yeah. And then Arizona, New Mexico. Yeah. So that's it. I mean, that's the path, but that's what she's got to win right now.
Yeah. So when Michelle said earlier, it looks bad. Yeah, it does look bad with seeing all this red. But remember, land doesn't vote. It's people. And if you saw the circles instead,
Yeah.
it would make more sense.
Yep. Yeah, it's just wild. I mean, what's the overall vote count? Overall vote count is Trump is up 45 million to 39 million. So he's up actually 5.3 million votes right now as well. Obviously, California is going to make a big difference
Right.
as well. The cities just take longer to count, right? That's just the thing. I mean, if God, Electoral College, Citizens United, gerrymandering. I mean, these are all things that are just so anti-democracy.
But it's like, it's so ingrained in the structure and the fabric of everything.
Yeah.
How are you going to seam rip it apart?
Yeah.
Like the whole the Electoral College is baked into the Constitution. You need what, 2/3 of the states to go against it, and then Congress has to do something. It's
No, the Electoral College is not in the Constitution.
Is it not?
No.
Oh.
No. It was derived post it was derived regarding slavery.
So it should be easier to get rid of.
Yeah, hold on. I'm Googling so I can make sure I'm accurate here. There's a great article I've written about this. Oh, you're right. My bad. It's Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution establishes the Electoral College. However, a constitutional amendment is not the only option. There's actually what's called a National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. So it allows individual states to so it allows individual states to abolish it, and if you hit 270 there, then it can be abolished as well. It's just a bizarre, arbitrary thing.
Why do we make things up and still have a bad time?
I know. God, it's ridiculous. Have a popular vote. Ugh.
I think that's one of the toughest things that I've seen in American politics is how much reverence is given to precedents.
I know.
It's like it's all made up. We don't have to stick with it. Wisconsin is looking a little red. Ooh. So if Trump gets Wisconsin, but Harris gets Michigan,
It's over.
So she needs Wisconsin.
She needs Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. see here. Um, yeah, looking at Georgia, it's not over yet in Georgia. Um, down less than 3 points, down 2.6 percentage points, and if you look at the major metro, Atlanta, 82% is in. Cobb County, 82% is in. Gwinnett County, 72% is in. And DeKalb County, 83% is in. So she's up by absurd numbers in all four of those, right? Like in DeKalb County, she's up 220,000 votes. Gwinnett County, she's up by 60,000 votes. Fulton County, she's up by 210,000 votes. And Cobb County, she's up by 154,000 votes. So we still have about 20-ish percentage to count in each of those. And that should be, I mean, it's the math is there for her to retake the lead.
Really?
Yeah, the math is there. Because right now she's down 150,000 votes. And, like, for example, DeKalb County, 83%, Fulton, 82% is in. So if we do that, 342, the math quickly. So 342, 2 divided by 82 times. So she should end up with 417,000 votes in, for example, doing the math here, in Fulton County. And Trump should end up with about 150,000. So that means that her current lead of 310,000 will grow to about 355,000. So the math is there. If those proportions hold, the math absolutely is there. It's not over yet.
Right. Yeah, considering all these other counties are 95% plus reporting. So
yeah.
And then Savannah's only at 37. So
I don't even look at Savannah.
Don't sleep on Savannah.
Yeah, she's winning Savannah too. Same with Columbus. She's winning Columbus by a lot. It's only 66. Augusta, 80% in, but she's winning by 30,000 votes there. So no, it's not over. Dougherty County, 70% in, and she's winning by. So it'll be close. It'll be close, but the math is still there in Georgia. I don't think you can call it just yet.
All right, Georgia. Mm-hmm. Wisconsin is an interesting case to keep an eye on. Milwaukee is only reporting 50%.
Yeah.
So that's still viable.
Yeah, no, I mean, they all are. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Milwaukee are all still very viable right now. New York Times is saying the needle is pointing towards Trump right now.
So I've been keeping an eye on that needle, and it's been leaning Trump, but those numbers keep fluctuating.
Yeah.
So it's they're not sure, right?
Yeah, this is North Carolina is going for Trump right now, but 83% in. She's down almost 3 points. Yeah, it's looking tough at North Carolina right now, especially considering. Thank you, Cassidy Rashid 2028. Especially considering that that Stein won the governorship so easily. I mean, Stein crushed on the governorship. He won by 15 points. And so a lot of cross-party voters there, unfortunately.
Right.
9
Absolutely.
members. It was tragic to say the least. Yeah, I said Ruben Gallego won this. It looks like he's going to win the Senate in Arizona. I mean, kind of nice that we're getting rid of Manchin and Sinema in one election cycle.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yep. Would have been nice if they weren't complete corporate sellouts when they were in office.
My God, yeah. So Andy was saying that the red bar is worryingly high. How bad is it? Well, we just ran some numbers. It looks like there's still a shot for Kamala. So
Yeah.
some of the bigger cities in the key swing states are only reporting at 50% right now. So once those come in, and proportionately speaking, it should give her the lead.
Yeah, decision desk is being ridiculous right now. They're calling everything super early. Do you think it's possible for Jill Stein to get 5% for federal funding? I don't think so. I really don't think so. And I think I was earlier in the broadcast. I was saying the first time I got involved, voted was in 2000 when there was Bush v. Gore, and Ralph Nader, Green Party candidate, took enough votes from Gore to cost the election. And Green Party's had 24 years to build something.
Right.
24 years, dude, to build something. And so I don't understand what they want. I really don't get it. Really don't get it. I mean, and like, especially, like, just to kind of exemplify how bad they are at organizing, like, there's been one message that's been resonating with people over the last 24 years. It's climate justice. You're literally called the Green Party. How could you not jump on that message and commandeer it and build it to say, hey, we can be the party that puts together meaningful climate justice?
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they're still on this, like, hey, we can get 5% nationally, like, it drives me nuts because it tells me you guys had no meaningful organizing. Forget what the Republican Democratic parties have done. You should still be able to organize and sell your ideas to people in that amount of time. And that's what's nuts to me, that they haven't been able.
Exactly. There's been no movement.
Yeah. This is wild. I feel like, like I said, I think if Harris is not successful tonight, I think the 2 reasons we can point to are, one, Biden waited way too long to drop out. He should have dropped out back in March of 2023 and given a meaningful runway to the Democrats to find a nominee. It probably still would have been her, but then the country would have had a year and a half to get to know her. And then 2, built on the momentum of not being Biden, of separating from him on Israel, Palestine, of actually distancing herself. And she couldn't because Biden was just not letting her and refusing to have any kind of separation, which is his status quo, unfortunately. It's the way he's been since he was under a vice president under Obama. And those 2 things, I think, are just fatal. She pulls it off despite that, which I think she still can, to be very sure. Those 2 things have been extraordinarily destructive.
Let's see. Where is Wayne County?
In Michigan.
That's where Dearborn is.
Oh, Jenny's saying that I read that Jill Stein is not part of the International Green Party anymore, and they asked her not to run in the U.S. to promote democracy had no avail. If that's true, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, she denies the Uyghur genocide, and she's got stocks in Lockheed Martin, so not exactly the kind of candidate you would want, to be honest. Lisa Slotkin is barely winning. And then let's see on the presidential side. I mean, Trump is only up 15,000 votes right now. And in Wayne County, for example, still says only 1% is counted. What is going on?
And Kamala is up in Wayne County, which is interesting because there's been a lot of, Dearborn is a stronghold, a large diaspora of Arab Americans.
Is Dearborn in Wayne County?
Dearborn in Wayne County, right? Yeah.
No, but Wayne County, they've only got 1% reporting. So are you looking at different data?
I'm looking at Decision Desk.
What do they have her in Wayne County? What percentage are in?
They're saying 6% reporting. She's got 44,000 votes.
Okay.
To Trump's 7,000.
Huh.
Oh, Trump got Iowa.
Yeah. Yeah, if Trump wins, it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. I'm just waiting for these big cities. That's all I'm waiting on. I'm getting friends from text saying I look nervous and worried. I'm telling you guys, my thing is I'm just waiting on these cities to finish their reporting. That's it. If you're listening, you want to support my advocacy, go to qasimrashid.com/subscribe and subscribe. And whether you can subscribe for free or for a cup of coffee a month, I'm telling you, it goes a long, long way. So make that investment, and I'm grateful to have your partnership. There's a link in the comments. Salam is also on Substack. He writes about poverty law, so check him out. And a bunch of you guys are subscribing, so I appreciate that immensely. Actually, I appreciate that a lot. Matter of fact, while we're waiting on updates, it's got another paid subscription from Juliet. Thank you, Juliet. You're amazing. I appreciate you immensely. But to give you the update on the overall subscriptions that we're getting today, it's been wild. A lot of you folks are investing today. And I really can't thank you enough, because this is how we kind of build coalitions, how we build infrastructure. This is great. Today alone, we're nearing 200 subscriptions to my Substack.
Nice. Well done.
That's amazing. Which is also cool because it shows you guys are paying attention today. Because if I do for the month of November, we're only at 580, and so more than a third of that just today alone. So I appreciate you guys, and you'll be getting quality content on human rights, on media, on issues that we all care about that legacy media just doesn't talk about. I think my 3 most popular articles this year, Salam. One is on my journey to occupied Palestine.
Yeah.
Talking about my experience there. 2 is on the fact checks of the presidential debates, because I broke them down really, really well, that people kind of enjoyed that. And 3, believe it or not, was my detailed overview on America's epidemic of child marriage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There have been more than 300,000 documented cases of child marriage since 2000.
Wow.
300,000.
Is it like a particular state?
No, it's all over the country, and it's, disproportionately red states, and sanctioned by courts and pushed by churches. Tennessee is one of the biggest offenders. They've got girls as young as 11 getting married. multiple times is horrifying, mortifying. So right about that, create awareness on that. All right, let's get back to the data here. Trump's at 210. He's 60 votes, electoral votes away.
Qasim, I'm going to peel off for about like 15 minutes. I might be
Do your
back.
thing. Yeah, do your thing. Yeah.
What a pleasure, guys. We'll see you soon.
All right, let's see here. Minnesota, 1.4% difference. 26,000 votes are separating the two. 56% counted. Michigan, 22,000 votes are separating the two. Only 25% counted. And Pennsylvania, 62% counted. And 120,000 votes are separating the two. So here we are. Tulsa, Oklahoma elects their first black mayor, which is good, given the Tulsa race massacre. All right, let's see here. Thank you all for joining in. Gary says, old white guy, just would love to have younger, more diverse take over. It will happen. You're right about that, but we got to make it happen. We got to go after it aggressively and make it happen. California Electoral College is 54. Oregon is 8, and Washington is 12. So combined 74. Yep. So California, Oregon, and Washington have a combined 74 electoral votes. We should be getting California's pretty soon. It's yeah, I mean their polls should be closing here any second. They're already closed. The Fannie Willis one, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, Virginia is looking much better. 73% of the votes in. Harris up by about 55,000 votes, about 1.5%. And Tim Kaine is up 5 points. He's up by about 170,000 votes, 165,000 votes or so. And at the House level, yep, things are going as predicted. All right, guys. Let's look at North Carolina. North Carolina is tightening up. but 85% of votes in, it's looking tough. I don't think we win North Carolina. Georgia is getting closer, but I think with 90% of the votes in, it's looking like Trump will take Georgia as well. Yeah, it's gonna come down to these 3 states, guys. It's gonna come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's it. That's basically it. Let's see here. On the Senate side, see, I think we're looking at the Senate side. Yeah, they called for Josh Hawley in the Senate for Missouri. That's unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Let's see here. Dan Osborne, meanwhile, is still up 56% reporting. He's still up 2%. It's cutting it close. All right, guys, that's what we're doing here. Britain, I know it's stressful. Let's just hang in there. Haley, you're right. It should not be this close. Yet here we are. It's the world in which we live. All right. Yeah, I'm reading this tweet from David Chester. He goes, given the counties reporting so far in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, the counties, mostly urban areas and suburbs, are lagging still to report. So given that, he says Harris is in good shape to win those 4 swing states and finish with 281 electoral votes. So losing Georgia and North Carolina is irrelevant. So let's see what happens here. I mean, I'm looking at the data, and that's what I'm looking at right now as well. You know, like, for example, going back to Wisconsin, she's down in Wisconsin 40, let's say, I'm sorry, no, not even 40. She's down 35,000 votes in Wisconsin. 59% of the vote is in. So she's down 35,000 votes. But when you look at, we're looking at the same thing here. When you look at the uncounted votes, right? Again, Milwaukee is 53% in, and she's up 90,000 votes, 53% in. So when it's 100% in, she should be up about 170,000 votes in Milwaukee County, which more than makes up for the Delta, right? Same with Madison. You know, she's up 140,000 votes with 87% in. So this should end up being about 160,000 vote win. Racine County, she's up 8,000 votes, only 23% in. So that should be a 32,000 vote win when it's fully tabulated, if these trends hold across this. Green Bay County, she's up 12,000 votes with 35% in. So that should be a 36,000 vote margin of victory when she's in. Now, granted, that's going to be offset by some of these, you know, rural counties, but that's where the math is going to come in to see whether these large population centers outdo. But again, you know, Milwaukee, you're talking, you know, 160,000 votes. She's going to probably get 300,000 votes in there. Whereas, like, you know, some of these smaller counties, you're talking maybe 80,000 votes. So that's the big difference. That's why I'm not, you know, not terribly worried right now. I mean, the math is the math, so we'll see. But we can do this with other states too. If you look at Pennsylvania, you know, how much is it's what, 67% counted right now. She's down about 135,000 votes, 136,000 votes. And again, Philadelphia County, 61% counted Philadelphia County. Montgomery County, only 48%. Delaware County, 39%. Chester County, 48%. Allegheny County, 86%. So it's a little bit higher, granted. But again, you know, she's down 136,000 votes. But, you know, here in Montgomery County, for example, less than half the ballots have been counted, and she's up 84,000 votes. So you double that for a full counting, and then that makes up the delta, it makes up the difference. So again, it's still very close. There's no reason to think that the race is over. It's not. Sherry says, "I'm sick. It shouldn't be this close." You're right. It absolutely should not be this close. Absolutely should not be. But again, this is what I attribute to giving her a 100-day runway instead of an 18-month runway. It's what I attribute to, you know, 77% of Democrats want to stop giving arms to Netanyahu, 61% of Americans and 61% of Republicans. And to not do that, that's going to hurt your base. It's going to inactivate your youth base. This is what it's going to do. And that's the part that's mind-boggling to me, that we have to have this conversation. All right, let me see here now. Let's go back to, here we go. Some more states have been called. Obviously, California has been called for Harris. Or has it? Let's see here. Yeah, California's been called for Harris. So it's 54 electoral votes. So now it's 179 to 214. And once we start tabulating California's votes, the total vote is going to be higher as well. Washington's been called for Harris as well. So that's 12. It's 66 more electoral votes. All right, guys. I gotta do a quick bio break. I'll be back in just a few minutos. And we're back. Thanks for staying with me, guys. I appreciate you immensely. All right, let's see what the updates are. We're seeing some progress on the vote tabulation. By the way, I appreciate you guys. If you want to continue to support my advocacy work, be sure to subscribe. I'll put the link in the comments to subscribe. Is my daily human rights newsletter, Let's Address This with Qasim Rashid, where I cover a lot of the main issues on human rights that legacy and corporate media simply does not cover. And grateful to have had about 200 people subscribe just today. I appreciate that immensely. If you can subscribe and spread the word, that's awesome. If you can subscribe and invest a cup of coffee a month, cup of Joe a month, that'd be amazing too. It'll go a long way towards advancing the advocacy that I'm doing at $6 a month. Thank you, SB Dorsey. I appreciate you as well. All right, so California, Oregon, they're about to call as well. That should go Harris pretty easily. Same with Washington. They already have called it. So once they add Oregon, that'll be 187 to 214. And now she's still behind in the states that she needs to win: Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Pennsylvania. Let's see here. So 62% in Wisconsin. She's down about 56,000 votes. Sherrod Brown law he just got called it. He's going to lose the Ohio Senate seat. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Yes. Now there's no way that we maintain the Senate. Now the Senate will definitely be in Republican control. Yeah, it will absolutely be in Republican control. The Senate will. And let's see here. All right, and then let's see. We've got Sherrod Brown laws. That's tragic. She's still within a point in. Tammy Baldwin is down too, but again, Wisconsin still has a lot of votes to count. So she's down 59,000 votes in Wisconsin. She's down 80,000 votes in Michigan, and down 180,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, I mean, I think now you can say this may not be a good look, because 72% in Pennsylvania. Looking at the cities, let's see if that changes the trajectory. Yeah, I mean, that helps a lot, actually. In Montgomery County, only half the votes have been counted, and she's up 84,000 votes. Philadelphia County, 2/3 have been counted, but she's up 300,000 votes. So it's another 100,000 that she should gain. And so again, Delaware County, only 40% have been counted. She's up 40,000 votes. Pittsburgh County, 90% have been counted, and she's up. So that, yeah, I mean, the math is still there. It's looking tough. The math is still there. So it's still too early to call in Pennsylvania, but not looking great. Let's take a look at Michigan a little bit more closely. Michigan, she's down about 80,000 votes, about 85,000 votes in Michigan. And again, Wayne County, it's just not updating Wayne County for some reason. I'm going to find something else for Michigan. because I don't understand how the whole state is 30%. Well, yeah, okay, Michigan only 30% is counted, so it's way too early to do anything with Michigan right now. Let's give it some more time. And then Wisconsin. So Pennsylvania, the math is still there. Michigan is too early, only 30% counted. Yeah. Wisconsin, Harris is down 64,000 votes with 63% counted. So you got about a third left. Milwaukee is only half counted, and she's up 90,000 votes in Milwaukee. Madison is 90% counted. She's up by a lot. Green Bay is a third counted, and she's up by 12,000. So again, the math is there in Wisconsin too. So Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, the math is still there. Michigan, it's only 30% counted. So we need to give it some more time to figure out what's going on there. Yeah. All right, here we go. What else is on your mind, guys? Claire, thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I mean, look, that's what it comes down to. The math to win is still there in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. In Michigan, only at 30%. It's still too early to call right now. But again, that doesn't mean the math is still there as well in Michigan. We just got to wait for the ballots to be tabulated at this point. It's just really what it comes down to. Let's see here. So at this point, guys, I'm just trying to get a grapple on. Thank you to the new subscriber, Benjamin, Jenny. Oh, Jenny, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You subscribing, it means the world to me. I was just saying, I launched my Substack in response to the failures of legacy media in holding accountable just the absurdities we're seeing from the Trump administration, and certainly the failures on Gaza and Palestine. And since I launched it 6 months ago, we've had more than 200 articles and podcasts and videos published, and I'm grateful for your support in this. Yeah, I mean, if Trump wins the popular vote, that would be mind-boggling. But if he does it, he does it. I mean, still wouldn't change my opinion of the Electoral College and why we need to abolish it. But let's see where we are with these final couple of cities. See what they decide. I don't see how Trump wins the popular vote, though. I mean, California is only 3% in right now, and Harris is already up 100,000 votes with just 3% in. So I don't see how that's going to be a popular one. And California's got 30 million people. She's going to make up 5 million votes in California. And if she ends up winning, 60-40, which is pretty standard, that could be like a 7-8 million delta. Let's see. See here. So now, I mean, the other scenario we need to think about is if Harris doesn't win, and it looks like we're going to lose the Senate for sure. Democrats are. Then the House is going to be critical to win because that'll be the last, basically, refuge to prevent a trifecta government. That could just be devastating. One good news is Shamari Figures won the Alabama second House seat. That's a flip for the Democrats, so that's good. But we also lost one in Illinois. It's looking like. No, I take that back. She's back in control, Nikki Budzinski, so that's good. But yeah, that's the math, guys. That's what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, AP has called North Carolina for Trump, so that's a done deal. Trump's at 230, he's 40 electoral votes away. Let's look at Pennsylvania again, 76% in. I mean, again, the math is still there. It's just not looking great. I'm just waiting for the numbers to come in. I got 60% Montgomery County is in, and she's up 94,000 votes. 70% Philadelphia County is in, she's up 300,000 votes. So that math can still make up for the delta. Yeah, it is obscene how close this is. And again, I attribute this to what happens when voters don't have time to get to know a candidate. You give a Black Asian woman only 100 days to meet the entire country. It's just not humanly possible, guys. It's just, this is the difficulty of this. This is why I'm furious at Biden for not stepping down when he should have, which was in March of 2023, and let there be a robust primary. He didn't allow that to happen, and that's unfortunate at best.
Michigan is no Palestinians really gone, right?
So let's look at this now. So here's up to 187 electoral votes. California is 17% in, and she's already up 700,000 votes at 17% in. So yeah, so she should win California by about 3.5 million votes or so over Trump as well. All right, let's see here. I mean, Gary says, I think all the white guy that Joe did the best he could, all considered. I just wish he would have come around much earlier. I mean, that's just it, right? I mean, you knew you were going to be a one-term president. That's what you ran on in 2019, 2020. That's what he ran on, that he would be a transitionary president. It was said numerous times, numerous articles about it. That was the expectation. And then for you to not stand by that expectation, and then at the last second decide, oh yeah, let me just uphold what I promised at that time. That's wild. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And that's unfortunate, but that's kind of where we are. I see some updates here. Michigan's up to 33%, Wisconsin at 66%, Pennsylvania at 76%. Elizabeth says, I was hoping that the fact that she was running against Trump would be enough. I think at the end of the day, familiarity and name recognition goes a long way. And, it's one of those things where you can't take any vote for granted. You got to pull it in. And, for those of us who are kind of into politics, we sometimes get in a bubble and don't realize that we're in a bubble. But in reality, most voters aren't as informed as we would like them to be for any number of reasons. And so, we're not going to be able to just expect people to, and welcome Islam back. We're not going to be able to expect people to know everything about Harris. I wrote a piece about this. I looked at the data as well. If you look at the 2008 presidential election, there was a robust primary. Even though Hillary was kind of like anointed as the nominee, there was still a robust primary, and Obama ended up winning, and there was party unity, and people felt, even if Hillary was a nominee, they felt like they were heard because she was given the full gamut, and Obama was given the full gamut, and he came out on top, and then he brought her on as Secretary of State. And so, and that was kind of one of the promises that, I'll put you in my administration. And, to me, that exemplified the power of a robust Democratic primary. And what actually ended up happening was that they won the White House, the House, and the Senate. 2016, they don't have a robust primary, right? It was Hillary's the nominee. Bernie kind of threw in his campaign last minute. The party coalesced, not the establishment of the party coalesced on Hillary. It was a very weak, very pathetic primary. Instead of having 10, 12 solid candidates whittled down, you have basically Hillary, Bernie, and then a couple of nobodies. And we saw what happened. We lost the White House, the House, and the Senate. 2020, we had a robust primary, and we won the White House, the House, and the Senate. 2024, no primary, because Biden didn't allow it. And if Harris loses tonight, to me, that's where the responsibility lies. Biden ran. He's supposed to be the transitionary president. He went back on that, and this is where we are right now. Obviously, still a path to win, but you can't expect one woman to meet 300 million Americans in just 100 days. It's not possible. That's why you have a year-long, 18-month-long primary process. As frustrating as that is, that's the size of this country. That's what you need to do to give people a chance to get to know you. Islam, am I off base?
Man, no, you're a lot more optimistic than me, man, thinking there's still a path forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely over yet, but
gosh. But I mean, yeah, to meet 300 million people in 100 days, forget about it. Nobody can do it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm looking at the 2020 numbers, right? Biden didn't jump ahead in the vote count until in Wisconsin until day 2 at 3 p.m. In Michigan until day 2 at 6 p.m. In Georgia until day 4. In Pennsylvania until day 4. So he was behind in all 4 of those states for the first 48 to 96 hours until he finally, emerged victorious. And if you recall, that's where Trump was tweeting, stop the count, stop the count. Stop
right. Now, did the whole like pandemic have anything to do with that delay?
Maybe. I mean, it certainly didn't help, but I think the point is because it was so close and because there were so many, votes, period, it certainly, made things a little bit more difficult, without a doubt.
Man. So Georgia looks like it's going to go Trump. So that's what, 16?
Georgia is looking like it's gonna. Yes, that's looking like solid Trump. Yep.
Georgia. You don't think the Atlanta contingent, Savannah, didn't come through?
No, I mean, if you look at the data in Georgia right now, 91% in. 75% DeKalb. Atlanta, 90% in, and she's up by a lot. I mean, she's more than doubled up his votes on there. She's up 72-27, but I don't see that's enough to make up the delta. Yeah, I just don't think it's enough to make up the difference at this point. So it's going to have to be. I mean, and we kind of knew that from the get-go. It was going to be those three states, winning. So yeah, Minnesota's come around now. She's taking the lead in Minnesota, which we expected. She's winning by a lot in Minnesota, 13 points. Wisconsin, she's down by about 80,000 votes. Michigan, she's down by about 98,000 votes. And Pennsylvania, yeah, he's pulling away in Pennsylvania.
He's pulling away in Pennsylvania.
Pulling away, yep.
The New York Times needle is sometimes is at 91% chance of victory for Trump. Now it's gone down to 89%.
Yeah. I mean, Harris is up in California. Well, I guess what I'm not understanding is the overall popular vote. She's down 4.5 million on the popular vote right now.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, California is only 25% in. Nevada hasn't been counted at all yet. New York is 84% in. Illinois is 81% in. Virginia, yeah. I mean, so what's really interesting is that he might win the popular vote as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
So would that mean that? Well, I wonder what's voter turnout looking like compared to 2020.
That's the part that I'm confused about right now, because all the data showed that early turnout was through the roof.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So,
and that takes time to count. So
yeah.
Do we know if those have been counted yet? Like when George is reporting 95% in counties, does that include absentee?
Here's an email. The Harris campaign manager sent this email saying, quote, "While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path of 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, namely Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we feel good about what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County. We don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we know that we overperformed turnout expectations there. We have seen especially high turnout places with large non-white student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philly, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more data. In Michigan, we are awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported up until roughly midnight. We have seen strong turnout throughout early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse. In Wisconsin, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results until tomorrow, 3 to 5 a.m.
All right. And then also coupled with some of the swing states getting these contested absentee ballot things going on, that could also take up time, because the contested absentee ballots that are happening in Pennsylvania are going to have hearings on, I think, Friday. So it could take us into the weekend.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I remember last time it took 5 days after the election for them to call it.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like that, could be the situation here. But I know Philadelphia is going to drop their next batch at around 11:55. So in about another 20 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll have a bit more data there. And I think that'll be really telling, because Philadelphia right now is reporting, or the county, I guess, is reporting at 71%. So that'll be the big batch to see. Yeah.
I'm wondering of the viewers who are watching. I heard a story that younger voters are having a tough time with their signatures, and it's not matching
Yep.
their licenses. I'm wondering if any of the audience has had that experience today.
Yeah. I mean, young folks, if you're listening, I'd love to hear from you. It's insane to me that in 2024, especially given the technology that we have and given what we know about implicit bias, that we decided, let's just let people arbitrarily decide if signature matches or not. Like,
Right.
how is that not a modern day form of veiled racism? Like, you know what? I don't think the signature matches, and you just have to be black or brown, so I'm just not gonna let you vote. I don't have any data to back that up, but I just don't understand why we would allow that level of arbitrariness on something as sacred as a vote.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I remember 2 elections ago, I signed, and then she calls over a colleague, and they're talking over my ballot for a minute. I'm like, I'm sorry, is there an issue? She goes, yeah, I just don't think the signature matches. I need to make sure you really are who you say you are. I'm like, you're joking, right? I gave you my name and everything, and I even have my driver's license if you want to see it. And she goes, no, the signature has to match. I'm like, that's ridiculous. And the thing is, like, when you sign with your pen, right, with your hand, and then on their things you got the stupid like electronic.
Yeah. Right.
Of course, it's going to look different, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, D, you're right. I mean, those signature pads are absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that we have it in 2024 is just mind-numbing.
Oh, hey everybody, it's my show now. So welcome to Qasim's live stream. He's probably just
Sorry, I had a glitch in the Matrix.
the coup did not work.
Yeah, sorry, I had a glitch in the Matrix. Let me reshare our screen with the whatchamacallit. There we go.
I held the ship together, Qasim.
Yeah, I knew you would. I wasn't
Yeah,
worried in this bit. I knew you would. All right, so Minnesota's looking good. How we doing? California, 27% of votes in. She's up by 1 million. So in theory, she should win California by about 4 million. And
but I mean, she's got the electoral votes, so why?
No, I know, but I'm talking about the popular vote too. Like, it's interesting to me that, like, it would be really telling if Trump also won the popular vote.
That would be wild. But I wonder if that goes back to did voter turnout drop?
Yeah, that's the part that I'm confused by right now. That's the part that's making no sense to me right now, because everything we saw talked about voter turnout being through the roof, but that's the part that's leaving me really, really confused right now. I don't understand how the data I was looking at, the youth turnout 220%. It's just wild to me. I mean, that email from the Harris campaign, you know, I want to believe it, but feels a little bit gratuitous. You know what I mean?
Which email? The one you said from earlier?
Yeah, the one that I just read out.
Yeah. I mean, they're just trying to put on a positive face, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, some of the data is good. I mean, the fact that Biden went into each evening down in each of those states, and it wasn't until the following day or several days later that he took the lead. And so that could still very well be the case here. But I feel like I need more than just like a regular assurance like that.
Yo, so check this out. I just looked this up. The amount of people who voted in 2020 was the Federal Election Commission reports that 158.4 million people voted.
Yeah.
In the 2020 presidential election. So right now we're at what, like 100 million?
112.
Wow.
113. Yeah. Yeah, let's look at Michigan again because I think they've updated their count so far. Yeah, they're up to 39%. So if you look at this, I'm still confident on Michigan. She's down 107-ish thousand votes, which is a lot, but you still have 61% of votes to go. And it's where those votes are coming from that really matters. Detroit, Wayne County, only 15% have been counted, and she's already up 37,000 votes. Macomb County, she's up 12,000 votes, only 23% have been counted. Oakland County, she's up 60,000 votes, and only 75% have been counted. Grand Rapids, only half been counted, and she's up 27,000 votes. So what else? Ottawa County, 60% have been counted. She's up 30,000 votes. Muskegon County, she's up 6,000 votes. Only 28% have been counted. Kalamazoo, she's up. Only 8,000 have been counted. So, I still feel very, very bullish on Michigan right now. I mean, look, Oakland County alone, she's up, 36 plus 27 is what, 56, 40, 63. She's up 63,000 votes with a quarter of votes to remain. So that should end up being an 80,000 vote win. So she gets about another 20,000 votes there. In Macomb County, she's up 12,000 votes with only a quarter counted. So she gets another 36,000. So that's 56,000.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne County, she's up 37,000 votes with only 15%, right? So that's about another 37 times 5 would be about 170,000 votes. So between those three combined right there, it's well over a 200,000 vote gap that she'll make up for sure. The question is how the other rural counties perform. Like she's way down, but they're such small counties. It's not like it's going to be a big deal. So the math is absolutely clear in Michigan right now. That's a lot of numbers, Salam. Did that make sense? I mean, it made sense in my head, but
it does. But I mean, those those small numbers could add up.
They can. That's the thing, and it's the battle of the cities versus the rural.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Democrats has got to invest more in rural parts of the country. They just don't. So, and that's just a fundamental problem that they refuse to invest heavily in rural parts of the country.
There really is a problem across both the Democrats and the Green Party of being bad at building movements.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like, when you talk about building movements, Brian asked Red Mirage, will cities reporting later than right-leaning rural towns lead to left-wing swing in results? So, Brian, that's what happened in 2020. 2, 3, 4 days later, Biden overtook Trump in those swing states and ended up winning. That's the theory of what's going to happen right now. So that's what should happen. But the point is that when you're talking about being a Democrat or a progressive or a liberal or however you want, I don't want to use them interchangeably, but you're talking about pushing the envelope of expanding rights, of forcing change, and that's hard. And that's hard, and that's something that will make people uncomfortable. And because people are uncomfortable, they're going to be resistant to change. And the other thing is that you're going to have different people with different ideas of how that progress should happen, right? You talked about universal basic income, and we talked about housing as a human right earlier on. Certain people might say, well, I get it, it makes sense, but I'm struggling to make rent, so why should I be giving housing to somebody else, right? And so like that argument is much more difficult, it can be, than simply saying, everybody just figure out for yourself and you'll be fine. It's different. It's a very different calculus altogether. And so that's where the coalition building is so important. And why I always say that election day is not, if you think that election day is just for when elections are won, you've missed the whole point of the election. Election day is when elections are decided, but they're won in the years ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my fury, again, like a broken record at this point, with Joe Biden, because to give a viable chance to win on election day, you need to give the runway to do that. And a 100-day runway is not going to cut it. And that's what we're trying to do here. And it's just, that's just really hard to do. And especially given the racism and misogyny in this country, it's not exactly easy to make that happen as well.
Exactly. So coming into it, even with the 2016 PTSD, as much as I want Kamala to win,
Yeah.
I know that Trump has had years.
Yeah.
He's had years of running and visiting everywhere, continuing to make a name for himself. There was a time during Biden's presidency where I did not remember the vice president's name. And I am like actively involved in politics.
Yeah.
So it's really tells you that, they kind of like hid her during his, like the vast majority of his presidency until it came time for him to drop out and bring her forward. So I get it. I totally get it.
I just saw a headline that a top search term on Google today is, did Biden drop out? Talk about low information voters. Talk about people not realizing that Biden is no longer president. This is why you need a lengthy primary. This is what happened because there's enough Americans who, like, people have stuff to do. They've got to make rent. They've got to pay for childcare. They've got to pick up their kids from school. They've got to get to the doctor's appointment. If they have doctor or healthcare in the first place, they're not going to be able to pay attention to all this stuff. And they go and they do their civic duty, and they're like, who's this Kamala person? I've never heard of it, right? Because they voted for Biden. He's been president for 3.5 years, and suddenly, boom, election day shows up, and it's a different name on there. Like, that's the problem, and that's why I'm like, this is, the fact that this even this close is on Biden. It's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. But just imagine being that detached from politics that you have the luxury of asking, did Biden drop out? Like, how do you miss that? I don't blame him.
Yeah, T. Rice says they don't think it's about the short time. It's that the Democrats side genocide and Republican alliances over the presidency. Well, that's part and parcel of what brought out so few people during the primaries, because people just didn't want to see Biden.
Let me address her comment in 1 second, but I want to also acknowledge Catherine's comment about the signatures. That people change their signatures throughout the years, absolutely. And then she shares her anecdote that my friend's mom her ballot was purged, and they had to go to the polls an hour away. Imagine having to drive an hour to vote. Absurd. And a man stood over them as they were voting, which is illegal. This is, voter intimidation through and through. And then T. Rice, I don't think it's about the short time. The Dems side Republican alliances over the presidency. Look, I think T or Tay, I don't want to mispronounce that. I apologize. I think you're exactly right. Look, I won't say it was only the short term. There's also other major mistakes, and this was one of them. The fact that you had 77% of Democrats wanting to stop an arms trade to Netanyahu, 63% of independents, 61% of Republicans. This would have been the opportunity to say, hey, we hear you. If I'm elected, I'm going to call for an end to the arms trade to Netanyahu. Our own State Department, 2 different reports from our State Department confirm that Netanyahu is using these weapons to break international law and to kill innocent civilians intentionally. Yeah, I'm going to uphold international law because we will show that as Democrats, we uphold law and order. None of that was done. And again, I put that on Biden because as president, it was his call to do the right thing, and he didn't. And now we're all suffering the consequences of it. See how Bob Casey's doing in Pennsylvania, because that was a seat as well.
Oh, did those new numbers come in for PA?
Let's check it right now. Pennsylvania, 81% reporting, and Casey is down.
Ooh.
He's down a lot. He's down more than 2%.
Oh, no.
Wow. D says, I worry that Netanyahu will be evicted, but our support for Israel itself will remain. If Trump wins, Netanyahu's not going anywhere. There's no way. He's going to be in that seat till the day the good Lord calls him back. Yeah, and Dave, Bob Casey is down 2.1%, 81% voted. Not looking great. Not looking great at all. Now, I mean, this happens. We're talking a massive blue wave in 26. But my God, I really hope there's some kind of a reckoning to understand these points that we're bringing up right now. I mean, there is going to be an economic crash under Trump for sure. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I mean, the Democrats didn't learn in 16.
Yeah.
We're seeing that. So the reckoning never happened back then.
Yeah.
Who's there to make them reckon now?
Yeah.
Oh man, 2 seats have flipped in the Senate.
Yeah, we've lost the Senate. Yeah, we definitely lost Senate. I mean, we're already at 50, and
if Casey loses, I mean, Senate was projected to be lost. To be flipped.
Yeah, it was. But there was a chance that we could have had 48 and then 2 independents, and then the tiebreaker as well.
Right.
But looking like that's not going to happen at this point.
We've got 67% of votes from Philadelphia County.
It would be wild. What if Trump won the popular vote but lost the electoral vote?
Then the Electoral College would be abolished within a year.
Overnight. It would be gone overnight.
Is that a possibility that he gets the popular and loses the electoral?
It's not impossible. I mean, look, that blue wall, if it comes through, and he's got a pretty sizable popular vote lead right now. He's still up 4 million votes on the popular vote side. But again, this is what I was talking about. I've been talking about for a long time that Elizabeth says, Qasim, you still look so calm. It's panicking never hurt. It never helped anyone. And so, we do what we can with what's given to us. But this is what I've been saying at the start of this show and for years. I've written on this extensively, but this is the end result of systemic voter suppression. You can't outvote voter suppression. It just doesn't work that way. This is why I never liked the Obama "don't boo vote" line. Like, that's fine, but that's not policy, right? Republicans have shut down more than 100,000 polling locations in predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods, in predominantly low-income neighborhoods. 100,000. That's half the voting locations in the country. Of course, it's going to affect turnout, right? They've instituted, these racist Jim Crow voter ID laws, despite zero evidence of voter fraud. And that's just the world we're in right now, and that's fundamentally, the problem. And what has always upset me about the Democrats, and I say this as someone who's run for Congress as a Democrat and been the Democratic nominee, is we're not bold with the power that we have. Biden had the House, the Senate, and the White House for 2 years. Didn't use that bully pulpit to abolish the filibuster. Didn't use that bully pulpit to expand the Supreme Court. Didn't use that bully pulpit to pass legislation forgiving student debt, to pass the Build Back Better Act. I mean, there's so much you could have done with that. Because no, we're going to maintain the Jim Crow filibuster, and this is what happens. This is what you get. And Harris, for her part, set a record for tie-breaking votes in the Senate, which is fantastic. Um, there are so many critical pieces of legislation that could have been passed to prevent us from being in the situation that we're in right now.
Yeah, and then one of the things that when you're talking about the shutdown of polling locations, voter purges happening, even with the challenges made in the courts and it going to the Supreme Court, since the Supreme Court is stacked conservative,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw the Virginia case go up to the Supreme Court just in the past week. And
Yep.
even though all the lower courts ruled in favor of the voters, the Supreme Court went against precedent and actually ruled in favor of the whatever the governor was doing.
Yeah.
I'm still, there's literally nothing that can be done
Yeah. Yeah.
in
Absolutely.
this current scenario.
Yeah. Thanks, John. I appreciate your compliment. I mean, this is what we've been doing the last 12 of the last 16 years, and it's just not sustainable. And I hope that there's a reckoning in the Democratic Party that you can't claim to be the party of working people, but then take corporate money. You can't claim to be the party, the Big Tent party, but then block out a primary for just your chosen candidate. It just doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
People need to be invested in the candidate. They need to be invested in what's happening. That they need to see a distinction in action, not just in words. And in too many aspects, that's not visible, right? I mean, I ran for Congress earlier this year against a Democrat who won today, his congressional seat. But if I told you I ran against a guy who voted to repeal the Affordable Care Act multiple times, a guy who takes fossil fuel money, a guy who is a multimillionaire and loans himself money to run for office, a guy who voted with Donald Trump to deregulate banks, you would think I'm talking about a Republican, a guy who voted to strip down disability rights, for God's sake. But you would think I'd be voting. I was running as a MAGA Republican, but no, I was running as a Democrat. And that's fundamentally the problem, that you got some of these Democrats who are just indistinguishable from MAGA Republicans, and we're not acknowledging it as a party. And we need to, if we truly hope to be a working class, blue collar party that is a big tent that brings folks together. And I think today is another wake up call for that. Again, it's not over yet, but this is the fact that it's even this close is fundamentally a problem.
Mm-hmm. Did those PA numbers come in?
Let's see the update in Pennsylvania. This should have, right? It's it's midnight over there. So Pennsylvania is now 83%. Yeah, it's just tripling in.
Okay. Ooh.
Let me see here. Philadelphia, 71% in still. Bucks County, 57% in. Montgomery County, 71% in. Harrisburg County, 69% in, and Pittsburgh, 94% in. So, yeah, the math is looking rough at this point. It's the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see here. The House, you need 218 in the House to win a majority. What's going on here? Why is my... There we go. right, my thing is glitching here.
All right, we're about 138 million votes.
Is that where we are now?
Yeah, creeping in on, I think, what was it, 150 from 2020? What's up with Nevada? Why are they taking their time?
Probably all in Vegas right now. Harris wins Hawaii.
Did anybody visit Hawaii?
No. Why is my thing not working? Either like loading data or something or what, but why is the website, I don't know why the website is crashing.
Was that AP elections? Let me wonder if that site's down.
APnews.com is down.
No, I'm gonna check it out. It's working for me. Try closing your tab and.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working for me. We shut down the whole thing. That's bizarre. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go. All right. Let's go back to this. There we go. Michigan is 46% now. Wisconsin's at 76%. Hey guys, for those asking if we should be freaking out or good news, I wish could just tell you it's going to magically be okay, but we just got to wait. The numbers are the numbers, and we got to just wait for them to come in. I think I'll probably give this about another 15, 20 minutes, then I'll probably call it a night because it is getting late on the East Coast especially. And we'll see what the future holds. But again, this is part of the process. And unfortunately, we live at a time in a country where so much of the legacy of systemic racism and white supremacy dominates our political process, every bit of it. You can't get away from it. And frankly, I'm hoping this is just another wake-up call. Even if Harris pulls out a victory here, the fact that it got this close is it's just wild to me. It's just remarkable to me. That it's even this close in the first place. But this is the result of just systemic voter suppression through and through in every part of the country. And you can't outvote that. You just can't. You need policy change, and you're not going to get that policy change by politicians funded by the same corrupt corporations who would rather exploit people for profits than serve people to ensure that they have a living wage or they have their needs met as well. Thanks, John, Yuli, Jenny. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Jenny, the Michigan Supreme Court did flip blue, which is great. It's a huge win. And there are wins happening for sure. who flipped the red House seat blue in Alabama. I think at this point, the key thing is going to be, do we get to 218 House seats that are blue to prevent another trifecta Republican government? Because the trifecta Republican government in this situation is going to be unhinged fascism. There's no doubt about it. None whatsoever. And that's not hyperbole. If you have read Project 2025, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't read it, check out my Substack. I'll put the link in the comments to subscribe. You can subscribe for free, or you can subscribe for a cup of coffee a month. $6 a month goes a long way towards supporting my advocacy, especially as legacy media continues to fail us. But I've written detailed articles on Project 2025, so you know what to expect. And I'll be putting out more content on that pretty soon as well. But this is the world that we're in. We need to stay informed and active and organized. Yep, Republicans officially control the Senate.
Did Casey lose?
Yeah. I see 51 senators for Republicans now.
Republicans win the Senate.
Yep.
Wow. Oh, Sherrod Brown lost. Oh, rats. So that is interesting for the Farm Bill, because if the House flips blue, the current Senate Ag Chair, Senator Stabenow from Michigan, she's retiring. And so she would love to push through a Farm Bill as, her swan song.
Yeah.
But now with Ranking Member Senator Bozeman becoming the committee lead, he's not going to want to push through a Farm Bill. He's going to want to put one out himself.
Yeah.
So looks like we're going to have to wait, at least for now.
Yep.
There's no movement in the House, or no change in the House.
Yeah, House results are very slow to come in right now.
Because we were hoping to work for something in at least in the lame ducks season, but at the moment, no bill is better than a bad bill.
Just look at these House seats. Like, the level of gerrymandering is just insane. It's out of this world. Like, what the hell kind of a district is this? Right? Like, what is this? And it's not. Like, look at this.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
It makes no sense whatsoever. You got these arbitrary shapes. Like, what the hell?
Look at that thing. What is that?
It's just nonsensical. It's completely arbitrary. It's like, let's just find. It's like somebody who's got a blindfold on is just drawing an arbitrary line and deciding that's the way it's going to be.
If only it was that innocent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm seeing. Let's see here. Yeah, everyone is saying on my social media feeds, just give it time, let them count the votes, and that's fine. That's correct.
But it's also wrong.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the fact that we're even in this situation right now.
It's wild to think you got like these two polar opposite things happening, and it's just straight down the middle split. It makes you wonder, like, how out of touch can you be?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, Tim Kaine got reelected.
Tim who?
Tim Kaine. Is that the SNL skit or whatever the skit that was? That was pretty good.
That was brilliant.
That was a really good skit. Yeah, I mean, there are folks who are out of touch, and I think we really got to stop leaning on celebrity endorsements as a way to be like, hey, look at how popular we are. Like, they're great and all, but look, celebrity endorsements aren't going to pay my rent, right? Celebrity endorsements aren't going to stop a genocide in Gaza. Celebrity endorsements aren't going to combat the climate crisis. Like, it's all fun and games, but at the end of the day, um, we absolutely need to focus on the policy aspect of it better.
Endorsements don't win elections.
No, they don't. They really don't.
So I never understood. I never understood why people chase after or whatever it is.
No, I mean, they're nice to have, but they don't. They're helpful, but they're not sufficient by any stretch of the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Quinn, Palestinians in Gaza wanted Kamala, not her opponent, who's Netanyahu's choice. Cut the crap. I don't know what crap you're referring to, but if you want to clarify, happy to address any confusion. But yeah, I mean, this is really kind of where we are right now. All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it. It's 12:15 East Coast time, and I'm not seeing too much movement on the votes. I think it's going to be taking their sweet time to tabulate the rest of this stuff. I mean, right now I'm looking at President 210 to 230, we're down. Senate 42-51, we're down. House 143, 178, we're down. Governor 23-26, we're down. And popular vote 58 million to 62 million, we're down. I mean, this should be a reckoning for Democrats, for Democratic leadership. Yeah, what are you doing to counter the voter suppression, to counter the lack of clarity in your messaging? Because this is just not sustainable at all. Up to 86% votes counted in Pennsylvania. So a quick update here. And she was down. I don't know why this keeps doing this to me.
So in PA, we have Trump at 3.078 million, Kamala 2.909, 51 to 48.
Yeah. I don't know why she's doing this. This is really bizarre.
Philadelphia's got 86% of the votes in.
Yep. So she closed the gap is the point I was trying to make.
Say again?
I said, so she's closing the gap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's close. It is close in PA.
NBC News exit poll. Trump doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin compared to 2020.
Say what?
Yeah. More than doubled, from 8% to 20%.
In Wisconsin? Which areas? Which parts?
I don't know.
I mean, it could be Waukesha County, which is right next to Milwaukee.
Waukesha County?
Waukesha?
Yeah, that's Waukesha. Yeah.
Looking, it's sizable challenge, that and Washington County.
Yeah. Yeah, wow, that's wild.
Oshkosh is strong.
All right, guys. Any other questions on here? Elizabeth, the Google search you mentioned about Biden dropout, that's like when British people Googled after Brexit, what does Brexit mean?
Oh yeah, that's right.
How much of this can be blamed on Harris staffers giving bad advice? I think she ran a strong campaign. I think she did run a strong campaign. I think the problem wasn't the campaign. It was the fact that she was tied down to Biden. and Biden wasn't relenting on any of the, Biden had, there's a great article written by a Jewish academic named Peter Beinart he wrote it in 2020 about Biden and Israel, and how even under Obama, Biden overstepped numerous times, and overstepped Hillary, overstepped Obama, and had a policy that there would be no daylight between Israel and the U.S. And so on numerous occasions when Israel broke international law or violated the UN sanction or was UN sanctioned, and Obama was about to met out a punishment, whether it was withholding arms or public censure or whatnot, or Israel built illegal settlements, every single time Biden stepped up and publicly praised Netanyahu or publicly supported him or publicly, so preventing any chance of there to be any kind of backlash. And it shifted U.S. policy heavily right. And that got imposed on Harris aggressively as well, which is tragic because it's an extraordinarily unpopular policy. I mean, Democrats and Republicans alike, if there's one thing to agree upon, is we should not be funding a regime that is killing innocent civilians. And we should not be sending money overseas when people here can't make ends meet. And Biden just said, I don't care. We're going to do it this way. And even as the lame duck president, forced that upon Harris, which is terrible. And that's kind of why we are right now. So does that make sense? So I don't blame the staffers. I think it's beyond that. Is it true that Georgia purged 500,000 voters? Yep, it is true. Definitely a group hug to everybody. Thank you all. Yeah, I'm going to bounce that too, guys. Look, grateful for your support. Thank you to all of you who subscribed. I appreciate you immensely. I'm going to have my analysis tomorrow of kind of where we are right now. But I appreciate your trust, your partnership. Definitely subscribe, hit that subscribe button, and let's continue to build this coalition. And if you can subscribe at $6 a month, it goes a long way for supporting my work and advocacy. All right, guys. Peace out. We'll talk soon. All right. That was my Substack. I started broadcasting 2 places at once. So,
multiple.
You guys listening, I'm going to peace out as well. Islam, thanks for giving some time and joining today, buddy.
Hey, man, thanks for the opportunity. And just quick shout out to all the election workers and volunteers and all the people making the maps. Like, this is really something pretty awesome that we get to witness and experience and refresh constantly. And it keeps up with all of us clicking that refresh button. Give your index fingers a rest. I think everyone gets some rest tonight as well. We'll see what happens in the morning.
Yeah, look, the silver lining I can leave you with is 2020, we went in, Biden was down in all these swing states. Every single one of these that Harris is down right now, Biden was down in all of them as well in 2020. And over the next 3 to 4 days, he came back and won. And so that's the hope here. Whether it happens, we'll find out. We don't know. I have no idea. But that's the hope, and we'll see what happens. And if it does, great. If not, then we're not going to despair. We're going to continue to activate and organize because that's the only thing that we can do. All right, guys. Appreciate you all. Islam, appreciate you. 5 hours of this streaming. So that's enough. Peace out, guys.
Touch some grass.
Yes, I will. Peace out, guys.